A pleasant morning, dear presenters and participants. We shall start at 9 a.m. Kindly check the audio and video functions of your equipment to ensure smooth participation in today's session. Thank you. In order for us to maximize the use of our Zoom platform, please make sure that your Zoom app is updated. Otherwise, there may be some functions that will not work, such as turning on your video camera, as we shift in the breakout room for the focus group discussions.
You may also use our chat box if you have issues using Zoom and YouTube. Our project staff will be glad to assist you in Zoom. Ms. Mary Ann Mayo and Jessa Bonsol will be assisting the plenary room, and Ms. Margaret Reyes and Ms. Meryl Vocalos are assigned in the breakout room. On YouTube are Mr. Pedrito Garcia and Mr. John Principe.
Do not forget to log your attendance for today. You can find the link in the chat box.
Are you ready, everyone? Because it's time to get organized for the focus group discussion in Zoom. Let's run a poll on your selected session. Are you going to join sub-theme number 1? Better public services through productivity and innovation. Or are you joining sub-theme number 2? Inclusive engagement in public service quality and productivity movement. You may answer yes or no.
Thank you for your poll responses. And based on the poll, we are expecting approximately 400 participants in sub-theme 1 and 300 participants in sub-theme 2. Participants of sub-theme 1 will be staying in the main virtual room, and sub-theme 2 participants will transfer to the breakout room. Please click the Zoom link in the chat boxes in Zoom and YouTube to be redirected.
And again, for assistance, please chat with one of our virtual ushers via the Zoom chat box.
To be clear, we respectfully reiterate that sub-theme 1 participants will remain in the main room, and sub-theme 2 participants will transfer to the breakout room. Please use the remaining 10 minutes before we start the forum to transfer in the breakout room. Again, to be clear, we respectfully reiterate that sub-theme 1 participants will remain here at the main room, and sub-theme 2 participants will transfer to the breakout room. Please click the link on the chat box. Thank you. It is already 9 a.m. We shall begin the forum shortly. We hope that all participants for sub-theme 2 have already transferred to the breakout room. Again, our virtual ushers will be ready to respond to your request for assistance. YouTube participants will be able to view the discussions here in the main virtual room, or you may transfer in the breakout room. Thank you very much for your usual cooperation. Distinguished agency and institution officers, fellow servants in the government, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning to everyone. We welcome you all to the second day of the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2022. Let us take a moment of silence for the invocation.
Lead me, Lord, lead me by the hand and make me face the rising sun. Comfort me through all the pain that life may bring. There's no other hope that I can lean upon. Lead me, Lord, lead me me across the lonely roads that I may face. Take my arms and let your hand show me the way. Show the way to live inside your love. All my days, all my life, you are my light. You're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. You are my light. I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guided love all through my life. Lead me, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that the focus group discussion in the main room is for sub-theme 1, Better Public Services through Productivity and Innovation. And here, in the breakout room or in our breakout room, is the sub-theme 2, Inclusive Engagement in Public Service Quality and Productivity Movement. For those joining just today, I am Edmond G. Legua from the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines. I will be your host for today. We thank all of you for connecting virtually as the event utilizes Zoom and is aired live on YouTube. Now, we have approximately 400 participants logged in Zoom and 50 participants in YouTube. It is never too late to still ask your friends and colleagues to join us via YouTube. Shown on the screen and shared in the chat box is the streaming link. May we request everyone to kindly set your microphones on mute to avoid distractions during the sharing session. Likewise, we will utilize the chat box for queries and requests for assistance. Also, we encourage participants to use the Zoom reactions as we go through our session today. This will be a good way to show our speakers our appreciation. Don't forget to also rename yourselves for easier identification, particularly during the open forum later on. And to proceed with a focus group discussion, allow me to introduce our distinguished moderator. We are fortunate to have with us Mr. Adrian A. Ramirez, Project Officer of the DAP Productivity and Development Center. Adrian A. Ramirez is currently the Project Manager of the Center of Excellence Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory Program, where he assists government agencies such as the Security and Exchange Commission, Government Services Insurance System, and Cooperative Development Authority, among others, in unlocking solutions to address critical issues to improve their services. He also serves as lead facilitator in its various program components. Recently, he has ventured in assisting government agencies in installing the ISO 9001:2015 QMS in their organizations. With over 25 years of experience in property and hospitality management, human resource management, marketing and communications, and organizational development, he is a firm believer of knowledge sharing. For him, Knowledge is like a torch. Sharing your flame does not diminish your fire. It actually magnifies your light as we all make this world a brighter place. Please welcome Mr. Adrian A. Ramirez. Let us give him a virtual round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Edmund, for that great introduction. Today, we will be having 3 presentations, followed by a panel discussion with our esteemed panelists. The presentations or discussions from each agency will tackle better public services through productivity and innovation, which will focus on accelerating public service transformation through a whole of government digitalization and for servitization approach. Discussions will highlight the current need for contactless transactions and the importance of developing innovative capabilities of the government to provide better services to the public. To start with our first presenter, I would like to call on the Director 4 of the Policy and Standards Bureau of the Department of Information and Communications Technology to present the E-Government Master Plan 2022 Digital Governance Transformation. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Economics from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and Bachelor of Laws degree from Arellano University School of Law. She was admitted to the Philippine Bar in 2006. After passing the bar, she started her career in government service. Her passion to serve the public was further equipped when she obtained her master's degree in public management from the University of the Philippines in 2015. She is now pursuing her Master's of Laws degree at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Her 15 years of government service has seen her hold various positions in the executive and judicial branches of the government. She is currently serving the people as Director 4 of the DICT, where she now leads the National ICT Planning Policy and Standards Bureau. The unit is the think tank of the department. Director Maki, as she prefers to be called, is raising the organization's standards towards the establishment of a more evidence-based bureau that can provide clear solutions and deliver policy reforms. Please welcome Director Maria Cristina V. Abalos Naig, or Director Maki. Kindly share your screen, please.
Yes, hello, good morning. Thank you for that introduction. There. So I am pleased to briefly present DICT's e-government master plan and our vision for its successor plan moving forward. But before that, please allow me to greet everyone a pleasant good morning. Yeah, a pleasant good morning. Especially to those who are in the webinar forum platform and to those watching via the social media stream. Thank you for taking time to listen to the plans and programs of the DICT. We at the DICT NIPSP, or the National ICT Planning Policy and Standards Bureau, value the participation of our stakeholders, as it is through transparency and meaningful discussions that we get to collectively be part of building the aspirations that we have for the Philippines. So the Department of Information and Communications Technology was established in 2016 by virtue of Republic Act 10844. The DICT is mandated to develop, implement and improve the use of ICT for delivery of public service to digitally empower the public by giving quality and fast service delivery, transparency for citizens, businesses, and society to interact seamlessly with the government through channels that are accessible to all. So our powers and functions are policy and planning, improved public access, resource sharing and capacity building, consumer protection, and industry development. So the use of ICT in government, is an enabler of nations to achieve digital transformation for better delivery of government service. It is for this reason that the DICT, being the government's primary agency that promotes the adoption of ICT-enabled services, develops and implements enabling frameworks, strategies, programs, and projects. As embedded in the Philippine Constitution, information and communications technology plays a vital role in nation building. It is along these lines that the DICT builds upon the advantages of rapid advancements in ICT and convergent technologies and translates this into plans, policies, and programs to improve governance and ultimately enable better delivery of public service. So the concept of e-government is really not new. In fact, in 1997, the government aligned its projects and programs with the National Information Technology Plan for the 21st century. And then at the turn of the millennium, responding to the need to streamline strategies of various government agencies handling ICT policy, as well as to foster focused leadership, the Information, Technology, and Electronic Commerce Council was established as a policy-making body which provides direction or which provided direction in achieving the vision of an electronically enabled Philippines, capable of participating in and contributing to the global new economy. Then after that, in 2000, the Government Information Systems Plan was developed, which had the vision of improvement of the quality living through ICTs. Subsequent plans include the Philippine Strategic ICT Roadmap, which ran from 2006 to 2011, and then the Philippine Digital Strategy, 2011 to 2016, which put forward a set of guiding principles and actions for ICT to be used for socioeconomic development. And then finally, in the preceding administration, the Information and Communications Technology Office, or the ICTO, developed the E-Government Master Plan, or the EGMP 2013 to 2016, which envisioned a digitally empowered and integrated government that provides responsive and transparent online, citizen-centered services for a globally competitive Filipino nation. EGMP 2013 to 2016 provided a blueprint for the integration of ICTs for the whole of government. It adopted an approach that supported the PDP, or the Philippine Development Plan, and was operationalized through the medium-term ICT Harmonization Initiative, or the MITI, for government interoperability, collaboration, and shared services. Among the e-government projects showcased in the plan was the Integrated Government Philippines, or the iGov-Phil, which was aimed at maximizing the use of ICT resources through shared ICT infrastructure and services for government agencies. So these plans taken together leveraged ICTs in a more efficient delivery of public services. They pushed for the greater diffusion of ICTs through the development of relevant content and better access, to develop infrastructure for cyber services, to develop human capital, to institutionalize e-government funding of projects, and to establish an agency focused on providing leadership in promoting the national ICT development agenda. So in 2019, under the administration of former President Rodrigo Duterte and consistent with the Philippine Development Plan, the E-Government Master Plan, EGMP 2022, was developed in line with the ICT's mission of establishing a one digitized government for the Philippines. E-Government Master Plan 2022 is a blueprint for the integration of ICTs for the whole of government. It builds on past plans while incorporating current aspirations to create a vision for the future. The plan recognizes that the issue of interoperability and harmonization is not solely a technical problem, but it also includes many organizational concerns that need to be addressed. The EGMP 2022 was envisioned to promote open governance through digital transformation of processes involved in delivering services through an interoperable government ICT network and systems nationwide to achieve a one digitized government. EGMP 2022 also provided the policy directions for government in ensuring the provision of strategic, reliable, cost-efficient, and citizen-centric ICT infrastructure, systems, and resources as instruments of good governance and global competitiveness. Unlike other plans, EGMP is also anchored or is linked with other plans and international commitments, such as the Philippine Development Plan 2022, in which or in adopting the whole of government approach in delivering basic services by becoming a one connected government. So the objective is for the government to harmonize and coordinate all ICT initiatives to optimize all government ICT resources, encourage information and resource sharing and database building, and ensure the development and protection of an integrated government ICT infrastructure and networks. It is also aligned with our commitment, to the Philippines' commitment to the ASEAN ICT Master Plan 2020 of improving the quality of life in the country and the ASEAN region. In particular, the ASEAN ICT Master Plan identified e-service as a key factor to enhance ASEAN service abilities towards economic sustainability, growth, and integration of ASEAN. EGMP 2022 detailed the collective aspirations of national government agencies and other stakeholders that took part in its development. Its objectives are to optimize government operations for better government-to-government interactions, engage with the citizens, allowing better access to public services in terms of availability, speed, cost, and convenience, transform services, so facilitate business transactions through streamlined processing of licenses, permits, and fees, and empower government employees for delivering productivity gains by enhancing the capacity and capability of government workforce to improve the internal efficiency and public service delivery. EGMP 2022 was envisioned to be an enabler for digital transformation across government. In principle, EGMP shall be the catalyst for transformation strategies and shall be a platform for a myriad of online services and applications, which are identified in 4 areas. So the digital transformation as a platform of transparency and accountability in governance. Transparency and accountability requires more than just the publication or conspicuous posting of a citizen's charter on the wall of a government agency's reception area. This involves process and procedural accountability. Next is digital transformation as a platform of efficiency and agility in government operations. This includes increasing the speed and agility of government agencies in the delivery of its services to the general public. And it will remain at the heart of the government's anti-red tape programs. It isn't how the government does it that matters, but rather that it gets it done as quickly as possible. Digital transformation as a platform of direct citizen engagement. Citizen engagement unlocks insights to improve delivery of digital public services for greater connection and participation of the public to the government. So we see to it that we constantly consult with our stakeholders in order for us to improve our services. Digital transformation as a platform of innovation. By openly engaging citizens and businesses, the government is in a unique position to moderate and facilitate a platform of innovation through open collaboration with the desired end of creating new knowledge that becomes the basis for creating new products, applications, and services. So how are countries benchmarked in terms of e-government execution? The United Nations publishes biennial surveys that assess the performance of member states in terms of e-government, e-government development. The survey has 2 essential indices, the EGDI or the e-government development index and the EPI or the e-participation index. The UN EGDI measures the willingness and capacity of a country to use ICT to deliver public services. It is based on a survey of 193 countries and is released every 2 years. It has three components: Online Service Index, or the OSI, excuse me, Telecommunications Infrastructure Index, or the TII, and Human Capital Index. As you can see in the graph, the Philippines ranked 71st in 2016. This may be due to the improvements to the country's that the country has made in provision of online services. However, the ranking declined in 2018, and it continued to decline until 2022, which may be attributable to issues in development of its telecommunications infrastructure, and failure to adequately address these challenges were attributed to outdated regulations of the telecommunications industry, which appear to discourage competition and innovation. Various ICT industry stakeholders add that many innovative technologies for increasing universal access is also hampered by restrictive regulations. So as a platform of efficiency and agility in government transparency, and encourage citizen participation, the National Government Portal serves as the face of e-government online. The NGP aims to develop online portals and systems where government-related content is made available and accessible to the public. It started in 2018 and is one of the flagship projects of the DICT towards the digitalization of the Philippine government. The NGP leads the development and implementation of the GovPH and Open Data Philippines. GovPH serves as a window or a single window for all government information and services, while ODPH portal is a repository of open government data sets. It also provides an important indicator of the country's online services as captured in the EGPI. So NGP is a crucial strategy in improving the public sector's visibility, accessibility, and consequently developing citizens' trust in the government. So the NGP team consolidates links to government e-services that are maintained by the respective agencies offering services. And currently, there are 228 e-services linked in the portal. So for the past 7 years of its existence, the DICT has continually strived to be the government's catalyst for the institutionalization of an e-government that is responsive to the needs of almost 110 million Filipinos. The government web hosting service. With this service, the DICT provides web hosting service to government entities. This allows government websites to be housed under one roof. Administrative Order Number 39, Series 2013, cites that the GWHS, or the Government Web Hosting Service, shall be for hosting the websites shall be for hosting the websites of national government agencies, government financial institutions, and government-owned and controlled corporations, including sites of interagency collaborations, programs, and projects. For local government units and other autonomous branches of the government, state universities, and colleges, hosting is not mandated but is encouraged. Next, we have the government-wide email system, or the GovMail. This offers the government agencies their own user address, which establishes official accounts and emails coming from the agencies. A user at agency.gov.ph address tells people that the person belongs to the agency named in the GovMail account. It gives credibility and weight to the email. Right now, it services NGAs, GOCCs, government financial institutions, and LGUs. Next is a domain registration service and the domain name system hosting service. So since February 3, 2022, 2020, the ICT took over from the OST ASTI issuance maintenance of that PH domain. As the DNS registrar, the DICT handles all requests on the registration, modification, and the activation of gov.ph domains. This allows government websites and DNS to be housed under one roof. Clients are NGAs, GOCCs, GFIs, and LGUs. We also provide government video conferencing service. So this is a service that offers video and web conferencing software, which allows and helps offices carry out their duties and perform their operations, even in work from home arrangements. Next, we have the National Government Data Center, which provides unified servers and storage facilities for several government agencies. And lastly, we have the Philippine Government Network, or the GovNet, which provides sufficient bandwidth to government agencies to facilitate interconnectivity and interoperability. The clients include national government agencies, legislative branch, the Senate and the House of Representatives, GFIs, GOCCs, state universities and colleges, and local government units. The e-participation index, which is defined as the process of engaging citizens through ICTs in policy, decision-making, and service design and delivery so as to make it participatory, inclusive, and deliberative. In other words, it measures the level of engagement the government has with their constituents by means of ICTs. For this index, the Philippines ranked 57 out of 193 countries with a score of 75.75. The Philippines is also one of the countries with very high EPI level in 2020. For innovation, the DICT also implements various initiatives that aim to bring ICT to more stakeholders and aid in achieving an inclusive economic growth in the country. These are the Technology for Education, Employment, Entrepreneurs, and Economic Development, or the Tech for Ed project, which evolved from the Philippine Community E-Center program, a national digital inclusion initiative establishing e-centers that provide critical e-government and ICT-enabled services in communities with minimal or no access to information and government services. Moreover, the DICT is set to convert its network of Tech for Ed centers into digital transformation centers. It will be leveraging, or we will be leveraging, the nationwide reach of these ICT access points and turning them into venues for capacity development. These DTCs will be aligned with the DICT initiative of the International Telecommunication Union, whose goal is to develop digital skills of the citizenry and ensure its adaptation in order for them to be able to participate in an evolving digital society. To date, there are 5,008 Tech for Ed centers established nationwide since the project's inception until the end of May 2022. We also give value to data. So we're trying to, we're developing policies which are data-driven. So in order to strengthen data generation, DICT conducts surveys. The first national ICT household survey was conducted in 2019. This aimed to bridge the gap from the lack of the necessary ICT data by collecting baseline information on the access and usage of ICT infrastructures, products, and services in the country. The survey focused on the awareness, access, and usage of ICT at the community, the household, and the individual levels. We are now in the process of conducting the National ICT Household Survey 2022. Results of this survey will serve as an input in developing ICT plans and policy and to continuously support the monitoring of performance indicators in the Sustainable Development Goals, the PDP results matrix, the DICT plans, and international benchmarking indices. Next, we also conduct the NGA, or the National Government Agencies and Local Government Readiness Survey. This is a two-part survey that will determine the capacity of NGAs and LGUs in providing online services and the state of ICT infrastructure, respectively. So the LGU survey will be conducted in a sample of 3rd to 6th class barangays and municipalities in the Philippines. It will identify geographical areas not yet covered by ICT infrastructure, such as telecommunications towers, fiber optic cables, free Wi-Fi connectivity, among others. Results are expected early in 2023. Next, we have the Women in ICT Development Index Survey. This is a pilot project, and the main output that will serve as a tool for monitoring and comparing developments of women in the field of information and communications technology across cities and municipalities. During the first State of the Nation address of President Ferdinand P. Marcos Jr., he expressed his intentions to seek streamlining and digitalization of government processes for more efficient delivery of public services. With this, the DICT aspires to simplify government transaction processes through digitalization to limit the interactions with people and make it easier to access government services. Thus, DICT seeks to intensify its efforts in carrying out this mission to establish a one digitized government for the nation through the development of the Digital Government Master Plan 2023 to 2028. The Digital Government Master Plan, or the DGMP 2023-2028, is targeted to be released on June 2023. It focuses on the convergence programs intended to equip the national government with the necessary technologies and skills to achieve a digitally enabled administration capable of delivering efficient, fast, and quality basic services which cut across the whole of government. Each government agency and instrumentality shall adhere to reimagining a Philippine bureaucracy that is more efficient, more relevant, and more responsive to the needs of the changing times and the social realities of the nation. The concept by which the DGMP operates is predicated on leveraging ICTs to address issues both perennial and peculiar to the country, all the while ensuring that sufficient support interventions are institutionalized for public service continuity. At its core, the DGMP envisions to lay the groundwork for fully implementing strategies geared towards digital transformation of the government to unify its systems, simplify its processes, integrate and secure its infrastructure, and harmonize its policy interventions, and empower its people. The DGMP will outline the interactions and cross-dependencies of government processes in the achievement of priorities of the current administration, anchored on post-pandemic recovery and regaining the stature of the Philippines as an economic gravitas. It is anchored on the national plans, such as the Ambition Natin 2040, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, and the National Innovative Agenda 2032. The figure illustrates the digital government architecture framework and identifies the key components towards digital transformation. So it all starts with a harmonized policy and legislative interventions. It is essential to strengthen policy areas by developing and institutionalizing policies that will guide all branches of the bureaucracy pertaining to information management and effective e-government services. Next is an integrated and secured government infrastructure, that will cater to digital application systems and services. The stability of foundational ICT infrastructure is crucial as it enhances interoperability within the government across regions and with citizens who need access to services. A secured government infrastructure and environment is necessary to ensure the reliability, effectiveness, stability, and resilience of all e-government services. This requires addressing hardware, software, and human capacities through capability development and training on emerging technology trends as identified. You can see in the diagram that the relation between or among digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. So digitization is the process of encoding analog information or procedure into binary bits that can be read and manipulated by computers. So in order to do this, we need to conduct inventory of ICT systems and infrastructure, which will assess the existing state of government ICT systems and infrastructure to examine if these are still responsive with the current trends and needs. It also covers the development of guidelines and mechanisms regarding the disposal or decommissioning of legacy government ICT systems and infrastructure. It will also establish key registries, which will allow government agencies to share resources, data, and information, and collaborate using interoperative tools and applications for the key registries, such as citizens, businesses, lands, and transportation. It will also strengthen ICT competency and skill standards through the development of the National ICT Competency Standards, competency certification, personal qualification standards, and career pathing, ensuring that these are at par with the international workforce. Digitization is the process of using digital technologies to change a business model and provide new revenue and value-producing opportunities. Through digital transportation, what you're seeing here is are the proposed programs of the DICT. This through digital transformation. So we seek or we're planning to develop and prioritize citizen-centric platforms, such as the iGov app, which will streamline all local and national government services in a single app, which will promote a more contactless, cashless, and paperless transaction. We are also planning to develop the ILGU app, or a one-stop shop system that combines all LGU unit services, including permits, contributions, clearances, and payments. The iGov Cloud, which will centralize cloud services and will simplify the way the government maintain and manage data storages, thus making all data useful and integratable. Next is the iTravel, which will unify all travel applications and documents, including health, tourism, the OFWs, and transport, which will bring ease of transactions to all travelers. And lastly, we have the iGov Pay, which will aggregate all payment channels and gateways in a single system. This will simplify and standardize all payment processing and transactions. So these are all part of the plans of our department, and soon we will be implementing this. We will be releasing this for rollout to the public. So the DICT, those projects are under our office of the Undersecretary for e-government. So the DICT is also in close collaboration with the House Committee on ICT for the development of e-governance bill. So the bill is set to create and foster a digitally empowered and integrated government that provides responsive, transparent, online, citizen-centered services for a globally competitive Filipino nation. So I think this is my last slide. Excuse me. So the DICT is set to launch the Digital Government Master Plan 2023 to 2028 by June 2023. But before that, we would like to take this opportunity to invite everyone here today to take part in our future activities related to the development of the master plan. So we will be conducting several consultations with our various stakeholders in order to solicit your inputs and your thoughts on what can be done in order to in the implementation or in the development of this DGMP 2028. And so with that, thank you for your patience and for listening to my presentation. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you, Director Abalos, for your engaging presentation. And it is indeed insightful to know the status of the One Digitalized Government Master Plan. Before we move on, we would like to apologize for the technical difficulty that we had in sub-theme 2. So those who still wish to join sub-theme 2, we will be posting the link of Zoom again in the chat box. So feel free to just click and transfer should you wish to continue with sub-theme 2. Okay. Furthermore, if you have any questions, please type them in the chat box, and we would gladly collate them all and try to read them later on during the question and answer portion. Moving on, our second presenter is the Program Manager of the Modernizing Government Regulations Program Office of the Development Academy of the Philippines. She is here with us to present the Modernizing Government Regulations Smart Regulations Towards Citizen-Centric Services. She is currently the Program Manager of the Development Academy of the Philippines Modernizing Government Regulations Program. She has worked in the development sector on various governance and workforce development programs in the Philippines funded by international development organizations and has been working on the regulatory reform initiatives of the MGRP in her 6 years with the DAP. She also serves as a program representative for the Public Management Development Program and a faculty advisor for the Graduate School of Public and Development Management of the DAP. She holds a Master of Business Administration from Federation University, Australia, and a bachelor's degree in Public Administration from the University of the Philippines. Let us all welcome Ms. Marbida L. Marbida.
Hello, good morning, everyone, to our participants in Zoom and also in YouTube Live. Thank you, Adi, for the introduction. So like what Adi mentioned, I'm from the Modernizing Government Regulations Program of the Development Academy of the Philippines. So this morning, I would like to share to you what the DAP, through its Modernizing Government Regulations Program, does to contribute to the regulatory reform efforts in the country. So before we move on to the discussion, I have noted that we have a sizable number of participants that come from the public sector and also the private sector. So I'd like to seek your inputs on this very simple question. So what are regulations? For a public sector official or employee, what does regulations mean to you? And also to our private sector participants, kindly input your responses or share your thoughts in our chat box. And we'd be very much interested on how you define our regulations. All right, so we have here rules. It's a policy or rule, policies that guide, control, influence people's and organizations' behavior, rules to follow in any official transaction, directives, rules or laws that we need to comply with, correct? Ayan, so there are a lot of definitions, no? Do's and don'ts, correct? Policies that set order. All right, thank you so much, everyone. I really do appreciate the responses that you have submitted. So what are regulations? So regulations are government endorsed rules with a mandatory requirement for compliance. So there is no universally accepted definition of regulation since it depends on the legal system of a country. But in our context, in the Philippine context, through the Philippine RIA manual, regulations are government-endorsed rules with a mandatory requirement for compliance. So it can take the form of legislation, executive or administrative orders, department orders, memorandum circulars or joint memorandum circulars, and ordinances that can be issued by different levels of the government. So classically, the ambition of regulation is to influence the behavior of firms or individuals in order for us to solve a problem or a reactive approach or prevent it or prevent a problem from happening, which is the proactive approach. So regulations should be oriented to serve public interest, such as health and safety, can be allocative efficiency or stabilization, fair market, or just income distribution. So as what I've mentioned, it can be reactive, meaning that it is responding to events after they have happened. So what are these events? They can be market failures, they can be government failures, and they can also be proactive. So before something happens, we already have a regulation that will prevent it from happening. Through our benchmarking from other governments, we will be able to note what particular regulations can be implemented in order to prevent something from happening. So those are regulations. And I see a lot of additional responses that are coming in. Thank you so much. All right. So in a study that has been conducted by the NEDA on the state of regulatory governance in the Philippines, we have learned that issues relating to regulatory governance emanates from problems in the process, the structure, and the system in the country. So in terms of processes, the NEDA study have mentioned that there's a lack of systematic reporting and stock taking of new regulations that are accessible to the public. I think you have been very much familiar of situations where there are a proliferation of regulations that overlap with each other. So there's a lack of systematic reporting and stock taking of these regulations. Also, the NEDA study mentioned about policy silos. So there's a regulate first, ask questions later culture in the government, and limited consultation with stakeholders before issuing new regulations. So these are the problems in terms of process. In terms of structure, the NEDA study also discovered that there's an overlap of regulatory functions and interests between national government agencies and proliferation of subnational regulations resulting from the centralization of regulatory functions in local government units. In terms of system, there's a lack of systematic consideration of the regulatory impact of proposals by decision makers and inconsistency between regulations and competition and competitiveness. So we'll be tackling all of these issues later in the following slides. So the MGR program, true to the DAP's mandate of generating ideas, principles, and technologies addressing development problems, we have conceptualized the Modernizing Government Regulations program to continue the improvement of the competitiveness of the Philippines through contributing to regulatory governance reforms. So in order to contribute to the conducive environment for businesses and development to grow, we would like to help businesses enhance market competition, help citizens be more engaged and be more engaged in regulatory making processes, and help the government increase its regulatory capacity and strengthen its regulatory governance mechanisms. So we have several components in the MGR program that does activities and projects that would lead to reducing barriers to market entry, reducing regulatory burden and transaction cost, broaden public consultation, strengthen regulatory oversight, and strengthen transparency and accountability mechanisms. All right, so like what I've mentioned, we have a component that deals with industry regulatory review. So it has been widely studied that excessive regulations affect productivity and economic growth. So rules, policies, and poor government service that do little or nothing to serve public interest only creates unnecessary regulatory burden to entities and even to the regulatory agencies themselves. So this undermines productivity because the time and financial resources that are spent on understanding or accommodating these regulations could have been put to better use in pursuing another output. So this is something that we should try to reduce or eliminate in the government, poor quality regulations. And I think in other countries, they have started measuring the cost of regulation. There are countries like Canada and the United States that have established tools to be able to measure the cost of regulation. So later, I will show to you something, an initiative that has been started here in the Philippines to be able to measure the cost of regulations. Okay, so we mentioned about unnecessary regulation and excessive regulation, no? So in an effort to address the problem of excessive regulations, many countries, many jurisdictions have been consciously observing smart regulations, where regulations serve a clear purpose or a fit to purpose regulation. Regulations undergo rigorous impact assessment that shows that reasonable benefits are there relative to its cost. So no new regulation are issued if the cost outweigh the benefits of a regulation. Smart regulations also have minimum regulatory burden on entities, and it is periodically evaluated and amended as required so as to avoid what we have mentioned earlier, the overlapping or conflicting regulations. All right, so in the MGR program, we contribute to the improvement of the regulatory environment by examining regulations with the end goal of streamlining unnecessary rules and reducing compliance costs borne by the government and also borne by businesses and citizens. So as you can see from the screen, we conduct a lot of data gathering activities like perception surveys, regulatory mapping and stakeholder dialogues, focus group discussions, key informant interviews, and also public consultations. And over the years, we have covered a lot of industries already. You can see from the screen, we started in 2016, and currently, this year, we are studying the agriculture industry, the arts, entertainment, and recreation industry, the healthcare industry, tourism, and disaster risk reduction and management. So the regulatory reviews of the MGR has become the baseline reference of the Anti-Red Tape Authority's national effort for the harmonization of efficient measures of interrelated agencies, or the Nehemiah program. So the DEP is included as a lead builder agency of the Nehemiah program, and Nehemiah targets to reduce the time, the cost, the requirements, and the procedures in sectors of economic and social significance. All right, so in the regulatory reviews that we have conducted, if you're interested to access the reports of the program, you can visit our website and access it there. Here, I will be sharing to you some of the key recommendations that our study teams have identified to make regulations smart. So you can see the first one is to streamline and standardize existing processes. So there is a need to standardize and reduce discretionary steps, calculations, or requirements to improve process predictability of lead time and cost, reduce complexity, and minimize errors. So these are the feedback that we have received from our regulated entities. So these recommendations create consistency of service across government agencies, and it reduces the lead time, bearing in mind that time has an economic value to our businesses and our transacting entities. So we need to promote efficient operations of our businesses. The next one is promote transparency and accountability. So we need to improve access of our transacting public to relevant information that is easy to understand. So provision of such information reduces cost for the transacting public. So for example, businesses spend time to trying to search for information about requirements. And in some cases, they even resort to hiring consultants or advisors because the information they come across is difficult to understand. So in the government, as regulators, we need to always ensure that the information that we have in our websites or the information that we give out to our transacting public through our frontline officers should be easy to understand. The next recommendation is to improve the capacity to serve. So we need to improve the existing capacity of our agencies to serve businesses and citizens. I'm sure you always hear of backlogs in terms of applications. These are things that are commonly relayed to us by the businesses. So there's a need to improve the capacity to serve. In the regulatory reviews, we also have seen that there's a need to clarify agency roles and institutional framework. So there are instances when the role of a regulator may be in conflict with other roles of another agency. In other cases, there are also agencies that are better equipped in terms of human resources, in terms of location or expertise to perform the role. So there is a need for us to improve on this. And lastly, there's a need to improve quality of regulations by adopting good regulatory practices. So these are the key recommendations to make regulations smart. And just to give you some examples of the more specific recommendations, for example, in the streamlining and standardizing of existing processes, in the regulatory reviews, we have discovered that there's a need to simplify procedures because there are redundant documentary requirements. In some industries, there is also a need to extend the validity of permits and licenses as long as you have an established monitoring mechanism in place in your regulatory agency. There is also a need to set standardized and uniform fees per LGU classification, since a lot of businesses have relayed to us that they are confused as to the different fees that they encounter when they transact with different LGUs. There's a need to set standards for evaluating application documents and rendering approvals, and harmonize schedules of inspection and evaluation by national agencies. So sometimes the businesses spend a lot of time just entertaining the inspectors that go to their businesses. So they are suggesting that there should be a harmonized schedule for the different agencies that inspect their businesses in order for them to have more efficient use of their time. So these are examples of the specific recommendations. In promoting transparency and accountability, there is also a need to craft a central database and information sharing by all national government agencies and LGUs. And there's also a need to establish a policy that will allow business or citizen information sharing among government agencies in relation to government transaction. In improving the capacity to serve, it is very much needed to capacitate frontline and technical staff in performing regulatory functions. And also for clarifying agency roles, institutional framework, we have decoupling of development mandate and regulatory functions, and adoption of a national quality infrastructure framework. So in improving the quality of regulation, there is also a suggestion of including a provision for sunset clauses or automatic repeal if no revision is done before the end of the prescribed period, a policy to allow existing regulations to be modernized, removing unnecessary, redundant, and burdensome provisions of existing laws and regulations, and expanding public consultation throughout the regulation making process. So, with the learnings from the regulatory reviews and benchmarking of practices of more developed countries, the MGR program also capacitates technical staff and officers of government regulatory agencies on good regulatory practices or principles. So, what are good regulatory practices or GRPs? So these are internationally recognized tools, methods, systems, and processes that help deliver efficient, effective, and high quality regulations. One example of GRP is the use of the tool on regulatory impact assessment. It is a tool that is used to help government agencies make better regulatory decisions based on information and empirical analysis about potential positive and negative consequences of government action. I'm sure a lot of our government agency participants right now are familiar with regulatory impact assessment, since in Section 5 of the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Services Delivery Act, it is already mandated that all proposed regulations of government agencies shall undergo RIA to establish if the proposed regulation does not add undue regulatory burden and cost not only to government agencies, but also to applicants or requesting parties. So what's regulatory impact assessment? So RIA, as what I've mentioned, is already being required under RA 11032, and the Anti-Red Tape Authority is the oversight agency that is tasked to promote the use of RIA, and they are also responsible in the approval of RIAs submitted by government agencies and LGUs. So because of resource constraints like time, staff, or budget, ARTA will require the RIA exercise on proposed or existing regulations based on a proportionality rule. So this proportionality rule will guide whether proponent agencies need to conduct a preliminary or a full-blown regulatory impact assessment on a new or an existing regulation. So the approach on regulatory impact assessment starts with the articulation and analysis of the problem to contextualize the need for regulation. So that's step one of the RIA process. After identifying the problem and establishing the need for intervention, there is also a need to set a SMART objective that will be able to solve the identified root cause of the problem. And then step two of the RIA process is on options identification, where the RIA teams shall explore a spectrum of regulatory and non-regulatory options that will be able to achieve the objectives that have been set. So as what we share to our participants, regulations should be the last option in solving a problem, since it entails the greatest cost not only to our regulated entities, but also to us as a regulatory agency. So once options are identified, the RIA team shall then conduct an impact assessment on these options to know the cost and benefits of the options. So a cost-benefit analysis is conducted in order to check which among these options will yield the highest net present value. And alternative options are also explored, like cost-effectiveness analysis and multi-criteria analysis, in order to enrich the regulatory impact assessment. As you will also note, we also have different lenses. So we apply lenses in our assessment. It can be the gender and social inclusion lens, the environmental assessment lens, disaster risk assessment lens, and competition impact assessment. So after the impact assessment, we do step 4 on implementation, monitoring, and evaluation planning. So enforcement and compliance are core concerns for any regulator because regulations that are not effectively implemented will rarely achieve their social and economic goals, and it will just lead to unnecessary regulatory burden. So these are the steps in the regulatory impact assessment process. And as you can see, consultation cuts across the RIA process because it is very important for us to consult with our regulated entities because they have a wealth of information that will be able to improve the quality of our regulation. So in the MGR program, we contribute to the strengthening of the institutional capability of government regulatory bodies in creating, implementing, and managing regulations by offering training courses on regulatory impact assessment with the goal of helping government officers and technical staff to utilize RIA as a tool that can help them make better regulatory decisions. So the Academy started with the help of RIA experts from other countries like Malaysia and South Korea. We actually had the privilege of learning from one of our speakers yesterday, Dr. Latif, and we eventually developed our own internal capability to teach about RIA in the Philippine context. So the design of the different training courses and seminars on GRPs of the DEP have been continuously enhanced over the years in order for it to be easier to use by our regulators. So as you can see, we have a masterclass on RIA because we recognize that the support of management is very important in institutionalizing the practice of regulatory impact assessment in agencies. We also have a foundation course on RIA. So this aims to introduce the basic concepts of regulatory impact assessment. We have the basic course on regulatory impact assessment. So this course aims to define the importance of RIA and also identify the steps in conducting RIA. So participants of this course learn how to do a preliminary impact assessment. And the advanced course on RIA is a follow-through activity to the basic course. And the aim of the advanced course is to teach our regulators to put a monetary value on the cost and benefits of a regulation. And at the end of the course, they will be able to produce a regulatory impact statement. We have the course on regulatory compliance cost assessment, cost modeling, and streamlining. So this course aims to enrich the cost-benefit assessment of the regulatory agencies. So we teach agencies about the different compliance costs that are there when we implement regulation. There are administrative burdens, substantive compliance costs, administration and enforcement costs, and direct financial costs. So through the RCCA, they have an idea about how much it takes to implement and also comply with their specific regulation. And we also have a seminar on consultations in RIA where participants recognize the value of consultations in the context of RIA. So we have capacity development for priority agencies of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. So we have partnerships with other government agencies in order to really institutionalize the practice of regulatory impact assessment. And we have also worked with the Philippine Competition Commission on the integration of the competition impact assessment in the DAP's advanced RIA. So we recognize that we will only be able to institutionalize RIA with the help of different agencies. So we aim to widen these partnerships in order to be able to help teach a lot of agencies about the importance of regulatory impact assessment. All right. So in the years that we have been implementing these courses, we have also developed a lot of guidebooks and manuals that you will be able to access from our website. So we have the Regulatory Quality Management System, which aims to provide a management system standard to be able to ensure the development, implementation, and evaluation of quality regulations. We have a manual on regulatory impact assessment, a guidebook on regulatory cost model with a web-based RCM calculator, and a guidebook on stakeholder consultation. So in summary, the degree of business dynamism in the country depends heavily on the regulatory environment. So there is a need for regulations to be subjected to regular regulatory impact assessment. Regulations should be fit for purpose. It should have minimum regulatory burden on regulated entities, and it should be periodically evaluated and amended. And technical staff and officers of regulatory agencies should be provided regularly with capacity development interventions on good regulatory practices in order to promote smart regulation. So that's it for me right now. Thank you so much for all of the inputs that you have given to us, and feel free to touch base with us through our contact details that you can see from the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barbida. It is good to know the initiative on the Comprehensive National Regulatory Reform Program, which includes the capacity building of the public sector. Please give her a virtual round of applause. Again, thank you very much for your questions. Do keep them coming, and we will try to address them all later on. Last but not the least, coming back to share with us the topic, digital government professionals, is the senior management of the Public Employment and Management of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD. He leads the OECD's project on public employment and management with a mission to help governments understand and shape the changing nature of work in their civil services. In this capacity, our speaker oversees the collection of data and development of research, organizes events, and advises governments on people management and civil service reform. Also, he manages the work of the OECD's Public Employment and Management Working Party, or the PEM, which is a committee of senior officials representing institutions which set public employment policy in the OECD countries' national governments. The PEM has recently developed the Recommendation on Public Service Leadership and Capability, which is the first set of global standards for effective people management in central governments. The PEM is now undertaking research on the future of work in the public service, including the changing skills needed and the employment systems and leadership required to attract, develop, and retain talent. Prior to joining the OECD, he was responsible for a range of projects in the Canadian Federal Public Service, where he worked on developing policies to support social innovation and help to design and implement a variety of organizational and civil service reforms. He holds a master's degree in community and regional planning from the University of British Columbia in Canada and a master's in public management from the University of Potsdam in Germany. Let us all welcome Mr. Daniel Gerson. Please give him a round of applause.
Hello, my name is Daniel Gerson, and I am the head of the Public Employment and Management team at the OECD. So I have the pleasure of working with governments around the world to look at the changing nature of work in their public services and try to help them adapt to this to make sure that they get the most productivity out of their workforce. I'm really excited and happy to share with you some of the work that we've been doing on the future of the public service, and in particular, the role of digital talent in trying to build this productivity. And so thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to share with you a few slides. So let me just pull them up. And perhaps we can start with a bit of context. So we've been talking, of course, a lot about the future of work these past years. And when we talk about that future, we tend to think about robots and technology replacing humans. And our job has been to think about what this might look like in the public sector and how could the public sector better prepare itself for the future of work. And in fact, what we've understood is that the future of work is here already. We already have automation and it can already replace jobs. The OECD estimated that 14% of jobs in the broader labor market could be replaced by technology, and about 32% could be heavily transformed. And of course, that's probably about right in the public sector as well. But in the public sector, the governments will choose how to introduce technology, when they'll introduce that, and be able to better, hopefully, match that with the kinds of skills and workforce transformations required. And so one of our big messages to governments in this area is that as they think about their digitalization agenda, be sure to also think about the workforce adjustments, the workforce transformations required. It's not about reducing the workforce necessarily. It's about thinking about the kinds of skills that will be needed and how those can be introduced and managed. And thinking about the kinds of skills that won't be needed anymore and how the people with those skills can be supported to transition into roles that do require them. And we'll talk a little bit about that reskilling later. Of course, other aspects of the future of work include diverging career paths and job expectations of younger generations. Of course, the science on generational differences is not very complete, but we do know that I think a lot of younger people are expecting to have a diversity in their careers, and they're expecting to have impact in the work that they do. And I would argue that the public sector is incredibly well placed to offer both of these. The public service is usually the largest employer in most national contexts, and this means that it can offer a huge amount of variety in the kinds of jobs it has. And if it has the right kind of approach to mobility and career progression, then people might find an incredibly varied career, a very exciting one, waiting for them. Of course, the problem is that many governments don't really think through how to do this effectively. They're not taking advantage of this structural advantage that they have. The second area around creating impact and meaning in work, well, that's a clear advantage of the public sector. But again, how well do we really take advantage of this and connect civil servants to the work that they're doing on the ground and that impact that they can have? And this is also incredibly important in digital talent, and we'll get to that. We also recognize that most public sectors have an older workforce than in the broader labor market, and that's borne out in the statistics that we collect. And that, of course, creates an interesting context also for digitalization. We should be careful to not stereotype older workers as being less capable in a digital environment. It means, though, that we do have to think about how we train and teach digital skills to all age workers and be able to use those opportunities to really think about multi-generational workforces. And then The third element, or the final element, of course, is that we are experiencing frequent crises more and more rapidly throughout the public sector. So crisis management is becoming a core element. And of course, in a digital government, that also takes on a particular shape. And I think we've learned a lot about what that looks like in recent years. So we've tried to take all of this and think about what that means for the future of the public service. And this slide shows you the framework that we've come up with in all of the discussions that we've had with experts and with key countries around the world. And here we have our 3 Fs. So the first is about a public service that is more forward-looking. And this means a public service that can identify the new and emerging skills that are required and be able to integrate those into itself. So it's not just replacing the old skill sets when they leave, but really thinking what is new, what is emerging, and how do we better plan for the future that we need and that we want. The second F is about flexibility. And this is about being able to ensure that we can move people from one area to another when emergencies hit and other unforeseen incidents. It's about being able to connect with the labor market to grab skills when we need them for short periods of time. And it's about being able to offer flexible working arrangements. So being able to take advantage of a workforce that might want to work from anywhere at any time. And the third F is about providing fulfilling work opportunities, recognizing that the public sector is very constrained in its salary scope, and therefore requires sometimes to really focus on the experience of work and emphasize the value, the public value that work produces, and also be able to ensure that civil servants themselves feel happy and engaged in their work. One of the key themes that we look at in this particular area is the diversity of the workforce, because we recognize that in the future, the workforce will be more diverse, in particular in the public sector. And when I talk about diversity, I don't just mean demographic diversity, which of course is included in this discussion, but also diversity in terms of people's backgrounds, in terms of people's education. We used to think of a professional public service as being kind of one big profession, right? Most of them coming from perhaps administrative law or economics. And today we have a much greater diversity, and in the future, a much greater diversity in backgrounds. And of course, this discussion about digital talent is exactly what I'm talking about. So many different kinds of digital talent, so many different kinds of other talent coming in to the public service, and coming in through different career paths, not all just beginning at the bottom and working their way up, but perhaps coming in after years of experience in other sectors. And this is really important to be able to recognize that then what is fulfilling in a diverse environment is not kind of a one-size-fits-all solution. If we take these 3 Fs and we apply them to a digital workforce, I think we can clearly see the parallels. So a forward-looking workforce is one that can identify that digital talent, that knows how to even talk about it, even create the right job categories for it, and then be able to be attractive to it and bring it in to the workforce. The flexibility of a digital workforce is incredibly important, because we know that people with digital talent want to be able to apply it in various different ways. Of course, the digitalization of the workforce is incredibly important to support that flexibility in terms of being able to work from home, being able to work from other environments, being able to connect with digital talent in different areas as needed. And the fulfilling, I mean, I've discussed that a little bit already. Digital talent needs to have an environment that it feels that it can thrive in. And of course, people with digital skills have a different way of working than this traditional top-down civil service approach. The idea of agile project management is not just a way of managing discrete projects, it's also a way of thinking about organizations, of thinking about management and leadership and adapting them to the kinds of environments that are required. So what we've experienced, what we've seen is that In order to attract and retain digital talent, public sector organizations tend to have to think about organizing themselves in different ways. I said that one of the important factors about creating a forward-looking public service is to be able to identify the kinds of digital talent we need. And that is a difficult challenge, because it's even hard to understand which categories of skills are needed in a digital government. Now, we've done some work about this. We've tried to look at the different ways of thinking about digital talent in an increasingly digital government. And we've come up with a model that looks at these 5 different sets of skills. Of course, the foundation of this is what we call 21st century skills in society. So this is the ability of regular citizens to even be able to engage in a digital way with their government. And that's a bit of a foundation, but we'll really focus on the 4 others. The digital government user skills are the skills required of any civil servant in a digital government, because digitalization will impact everybody, regardless of whether you are a digital professional or whether your focus is communications or policy development or program design and delivery. In all of these areas, digitalization really will change the nature of the work that you do. And so what are the skills that you need? Those are the digital government user skills, and I'll break those down further. We also recognize that in a digital government, there's increasingly different ways to communicate, to collaborate, to work in different kinds of team structures. And that's what we talk about when we're talking about digital government socio-emotional skills. Then, of course, there's the digital government professionals, those people who are really IT experts, who focus, who are data professionals, who are really the core of that, of what we used to consider to be the IT department, for example. But I think our point is that in a digital government, it's not only those skills that we need, it's a whole range of skills that touch every single civil servant. And then at the very top, we have leadership. And this is another point of reflection. What skills do leaders need in a digital government? We're not expecting all leaders to be digital experts, but there is perhaps a different way of approaching leadership in a digital government. And that's something that we're continuing to explore. I mentioned that I would look more specifically at the digital government user skills. So this slide shows 5 areas that we've identified that are fundamental for all civil servants. The first is to understand the potential of digital transformation and how that can apply to their particular area of expertise. The second is to understand users and their needs, the users of the services, and to really be able to put them at the center of the work of an organization, using a whole range of digital tools to better understand and assess what users need, what they want, and how they really behave around services. The third is about how to collaborate for iterative delivery. And this is, I mentioned earlier that the idea of agile really makes us rethink the way that we structure work and the work that we do. And this is fundamental to that. So regardless of your role in government, you might be working in quite a different way and trying to develop ideas in a different kind of process, trying things small, learning from mistakes, developing things as they get bigger and bigger and better. The fourth category is trustworthy use of data and technology. And the key word to underline here is trustworthy, because we know that there are so many opportunities for things to actually create problems. And of course, the security around data and digital tools is incredibly important to not take lightly. And then, of course, the fifth element is about data. Every job and every function in government can be improved with better use of data. And so this is a real core element. Not everybody needs to be a data scientist, but they need to understand how they can use data to improve the services that they're offering, whether it's human resource management, whether it's procurement, whether it's service-specific delivery of specific services or broader policy frameworks. I talked about leadership earlier as well. This is a model of leadership that we've developed after doing a series of case studies with leaders around the world who are trying to solve really complex and challenging problems. What we've done here is we've actually put the leader at the center with values-based leadership. And then we work outwards thinking about how they are open and inclusive. And in a digital government, what we see is that leaders tend not to be, of course, the digital experts, but they need to be able to surround themselves with technical experts and then have the kind of open, inclusive approach to be able to bring them in. And hello, my name is Daniel Gerson, and I am the head of the Public Employment and Management team at the OECD. So I have the pleasure of working with governments around the world to look at the changing nature of work in their public services and try to help. But of course, being at the top of their organizations, they also need to be organizational stewards to build this public sector organization of the future by investing in digital tools, in digital talent, and creating the right kinds of mechanisms to have that talent and tools work together. And the networked collaboration aspect is about understanding that they're one actor in a broader system, and that they can't, that they're much more powerful when they can connect with other leaders in the public sector at other levels of government, with other operators outside the public sector. And this, of course, can be done through all sorts of digital tools that create platforms for sharing, for building knowledge, for building awareness, and for co-designing and co-delivering. And so that's really what this gets at. And I think these 4 capability areas really become important in a digital government. Let's pass now to how some of this can be put into action. So obviously, once we've understood what kind of digital talent we need to be able to attract it, to recruit it, to develop it. And what we've seen is that there's a lot of countries that have civil servants and they have outsourcing, but very little in between. And there is a range in that space of different kinds of tools and modalities that can allow digital professionals to join the government for a period of time, take a pay cut. Many of them are willing to do so if we can provide them the right kinds of tools and opportunities to contribute their skills to a high impact project for a period of time, a shorter period of time. And so these kinds of fellowships, if you will, are an emerging trend. And there's a range of other kinds of employment modalities that might fit between this sort of civil servant for life that has a lot of constraint around it in many public sectors, and the fully outsourced model that comes with a lot of other complications. We see a lot of governments using more and more proactive recruitment. What we mean by proactive recruitment is the ability to identify what you really need, the skill sets and the types of people, and then know where they are, go out and search for them. So many governments still rely on the idea that they can just open a competition, sit back and wait for all of the talent to apply. But that's not the case anymore, particularly when we get down to these really specific kinds of profiles. So the countries that you see on the left of this chart tend to use more proactive tools than those that you see on the right. One of the models that I think works very well is the UK Fast Stream, as this model of proactive recruitment, where they have really specific streams. And there's one that's focused on digital and data. And by using this, they're able to reach out to talent and bring it in and provide them a whole framework for how they're going to work and learn and develop over the period of a number of years after they join the civil service, with the idea that they're going to develop this talent so that it can be readily applied in management positions and leadership positions and technical positions throughout the civil service. It's a wonderful way of targeting that recruitment process to really specific needs. The other interesting thing is that it sits on a whole structure of professions. So they've developed a lot of competency frameworks for all sorts of different digital and data professions. And each of these links to training and learning and development opportunities at different levels of a hierarchy. It creates a common way of speaking about digital and data type skills across the entire civil service. It creates common job categorization, common pay scales, so that there's not a lot of competition from one area, from one ministry or department to another. And this is all very fundamental to create a better digital government and digital talent in the government. I recognize that my time is coming up, so I'm going to close briefly with a couple last slides focusing on learning and development, because investing in the digital talent that we have now is incredibly important through upskilling, providing digital experts and other civil servants with the opportunities they need to be able to keep pace with the incredibly fast speed of which digital technology is advancing. It also requires reskilling, and for all of those people who maybe don't have the skills needed in the future to be able to work at changing the kinds of work that they do. This is something that's very underdeveloped in most public services, in an area that we're going to be investing in more in the future. And the ability to develop a learning culture, and by learning culture I mean the opportunity to learn every day in your work. It's the idea that your workspace is your classroom, that your manager is a coach and a guide to develop you as a person, as a human, as a civil servant, as a digital civil servant. And we see a lot of interesting opportunities, and we're developing a paper right now on learning cultures in the public service that will be published in the new year. So I hope that we'll be able to share that with you very soon. Let me leave you with one more concrete example, something that I'm quite excited about. Our colleagues in Korea have developed a new online learning platform. This isn't just focused on learning digital skills. Of course, that's part of it. But what's interesting about this platform is that it's a digital platform in and of itself. So regardless of what skills you're focusing on, you're improving your digital skills in some way. It's not only a set of online training courses, it is also a platform that allows civil servants to connect and to learn from each other. So if I have a particular skill or knowledge or something that I think I can contribute, I can create learning modules and learning material myself and upload it to this platform, and others can then use it to improve their own work. I can connect with people who have similar challenges as I do, and use this as a way of exchanging and building knowledge. And it even has AI capabilities that help me as a civil servant to find the kinds of material that I may need to improve my work. It's still in its pilot stage and being further developed, but we're watching this very closely. And I think it's a really interesting model of how digital platforms can be made available to all public servants so that they can improve their digital talent, regardless of whether it's for specific digital objectives or for more learning and development in general. So with that, I'm going to thank again so much the organizers of this wonderful conference for the opportunity to share our experience. And if you have any questions or you would like to access the documents that I've spoken about, here's a few links that you can click on. And I'd be very happy to provide you with any other insights or documents that are available. So thank you so much. And I wish you a wonderful continuation of your conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerson. We appreciate how you emphasize that a digital profession is valuable in introducing cross-government staff and career development systems, bolstering recruitment, retention, training, and knowledge transfer while reducing staff turnover. You know, with civil services under ever greater pressure to develop their digital capabilities, the creation of a government-wide digital profession can play a key role in building and managing the workforce of the future. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Okay, that concludes our presentations. And once again, thank you to all our presenters. Before we proceed with the next part of the event, which is the panel reaction and open forum, we will have a short morning break. Thank you, everyone, and we will resume after 10 minutes.
We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes, information overload, and lightning-paced developments. This is the age of innovation. Because of these rapid changes in the globe, the needs of the people changed as well. New mindsets were formed as accessibility and online transactions become integral parts of daily lives. Having different platforms of commerce and communication, people have radically shifted to digitization and virtual activities. This radical trend has resulted to an inertia in national development and a widened gap with the government and the general public. Coupled with the diminishing public trust, today's leaders are faced with the greater challenge of bringing the government closer to the people. Innovation is the only way forward. More than just giving what the citizens need, the government should give what the people deserve. Thus, the birth of the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory has become imperative to equip the public servants with innovative skills as they become part of future-fit organizations. Along with integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency, Innovation Laboratory adds a key ingredient in fortifying the pillars of good governance, a new culture of innovation.
Hello, my name is Ino, and this is the PSP Innovation Laboratory in the Philippines, one of the country's efforts in preparing the nation through innovation programs in the public sector. We gather small cross-functional teams to collaborate, discuss, and develop new technologies, products, solutions, or programs. We unleash the skill to adapt experimental and innovative methods as the different agencies tackle social, political, and organizational issues. Our main objectives are to enhance citizen satisfaction, improve government efficiency, and strengthen public sector innovation. InnoLab is a venue for knowledge sharing, creative thinking, and discovery of cutting-edge techniques to address public sector productivity. Our role is to create a culture of innovation among public organizations with the ultimate goal of creating a pool of innovators engaging in interagency and sectoral collaborations. InnoLab will be the catalyst of national development through innovation, a venue to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking and the moving force of implementation and scale-up. Innovation Laboratory follows a citizen-centered approach in coming up with innovation initiatives. We call it the co-creation innovation process. Let me show you how this works. Co-creation is really not hard to do. All you need is a group of people gathering together towards a specific objective. Starting with identifying roles and objectives, the innovation challenge was framed.
The decision point that we used was to choose an innovation that affects so many customers, and we should do everything to make them comfortable, of less cost on their part, fast and most efficient service.
Empathy is a tool that will allow you to go deeper inside the system. Empathy will lead you to frame up an innovation. It will lead you to gather insights and information. And it will also lead you to plan how to implement the solutions that you have in mind.
The data gathering process is a complicated phase. Digging deeper does not only allow you to understand the problem, but also makes you understand the pains and gains of the stakeholders.
Getting into the data gathering, tapos yung talagang as in naka-immerse ka doon kahit man lang a few hours na nandoon kami sa branch, we're able to see kung ano yung mga dapat na i-improve on our own, yung kung ano yung mga dapat na hinihingi ng members. So we're looking at it at the members' perspective.
The birth of an innovative idea comes from the identification of alternative solutions through creativity tools and techniques where wild and crazy ideas are encouraged.
Creative thinking actually allowed us to look into ways that rather we would not be able to do in a normal thinking process. We were able to use wild ideas, take inspiration from them, and apply it in our situation that we wouldn't even think would be applicable.
Innovation does not stop in the mind. Prototyping is where an innovative idea is being brought to life.
I think prototyping is very important, especially in product development or in innovation. The prototyping is the best sample to show our stakeholders that we do understand what they express to us, that they convey to us. And as a response, we made these prototypes.
This is just the start, okay? What happens next will depend on you. And implementation is really key in any innovation efforts.
We are lucky enough that we have the public sector productivity to make it happen, to make this possible, because they are provided us with solutions to unlock this problem that our members, our stakeholders are encountering.
At Innovation Laboratory, we aim for a sustainable future of innovation. We believe that the possibilities are endless and that progress is a continuous cycle of growth.
It really applies real-life situation. We're in the office. We are really bound by time and pressure. So, pinaka-memorable sa akin are those mga 5 minutes, 10 minutes na activities wherein you have to give your all of your effort. Those ideas with the collaboration, nagiging innovative siya, and it will actually help me. Skill kasi siya na parang mas nakatulong pa siya sa akin in the future na makakam up ako ng mga better ideas. So parang non-stop thinking and non-stop innovation.
I think it's very important because things are changing, specifically when it comes to the EODB law. Bootcamp makes government employees realize the value of innovation and how to make things easier for their clients.
The drive for innovation in the government will prepare our nation as we leap towards the future under a sound governance and future-fit leadership. Join us as we spread the culture of innovation. There is no other time but now.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're able to relax a little bit before we proceed with the panel discussions. Okay. Now, allow me now to introduce our panelists who will share their insights on the previous presentations. Our first reactor is the esteemed OIC Executive Director of the Planning Office of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA. Ms. Charlene B. Hustimbaste currently serves as the OIC Executive Director of the Planning Office of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. Prior to this assignment, she was the Acting Assistant Executive Director and Chief of the Project Development Division of the same office. The Project Development Division is in charge of international commitments and cooperation on technical vocational education and training, or the TVET of the TESDA. Also, The division develops projects for TVET investments, including bilateral, multilateral, and regional cooperation, such as with the ASEAN, the APEC, the SEMIO, the UNESCO, ILO, ADB, and the World Bank, among others. She also handled the planning office's corporate planning and the labor market intelligence units. Ms. Sustimbaste holds a degree in human ecology, major in human settlements planning, and a master's in development management and governance from the University of the Philippines in Los Baños. Please welcome Ms. Charlene B. Hustimbaste. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. So, am I clear? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a presentation that you may want to share?
Siguro later, I'll just do some, but I just maybe later on, I'll just a slide when I emphasize something.
Okay.
But I have something. Pero I can share naman, no?
Yes, feel free to share, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So indeed, thank you very much for that. And we are thankful for inviting TESDA in this conversation. We didn't realize it's really a big gathering of all our colleagues in the public sector. So it's very overwhelming to be here with you, to be listening to the discussion, especially this this session that we have earlier. It's very enlightening, and it's also something that will really push every one of us in the government to really look into our own systems, no? So first, I think the pandemic has really pushed us to go into digitization, to digitalize everything. I know there were a lot of efforts already even before in terms of digitizing governance, our systems. But with the pandemic, parang lahat tayo, we woke up one day that we really have to do this. We are now very used to doing all of these online platforms. So yun, parang okay, we really need to do this. I'm with the, as mentioned, I'm with the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, and I know we have a lot as a government body, no, that's part of the education sector. We know that we really have a lot of parang a stake, or we have a lot of we have a strong mandate to really support all of these efforts in the government as well in terms of digitization, pursuing innovation. So that's why as part of our mandate, we are doing all of this initiatives as well. And hearing from my fellow government workers earlier from the DICT and then from the DAP, we all know that all of these things will really would need to be a whole of government approach. With the DICT being the lead in terms of digitization, something that digitizing the workforce, and we will really need to do this with everyone's help. So siguro, just to put a context on how I have some maybe a few slides later to show, maybe put a context on how we situate everything, how do we situate human resource development and TVET in terms of all of these efforts. And it's also very interesting to listen to the presentation of our OECD colleague in terms of pursuing how do we restyle, or we change the mindset of the government in terms of public service with all of this. I know it's a lot of work to do still for every one of us here, no? So there's really a new future for the public service, and it's also something that we're also would like to pursue in TESDA. So we all know that TESDA is the agency mandated to provide technical education to lumalabas bang slide? May lag. Okay, hello. Okay, am I still here, no? Parang hindi ko na kasi nakita ang sarili ko. Okay, anyway, so I don't need to share, ano lang, just to put emphasis lang on something that I will be sharing. So hearing from the DICT about the digital master plan, I used to be with the DICT when it was still CICT. So I was part of that Philippine Digital Strategy in 2011. So we have seen that e-governance still already been pursued even in the early 2000, and then we have the Philippine Digital Strategy. And now it's very good that we have a department pursuing all of this and leading the whole of government in terms of e-governance, digitizing yung mga processes natin. Then we have the DAP, that RIA, we are also a recipient of that, and we have done, I mean, in TESDA, we have done the regulatory impact assessment. As TESDA is also a regulatory agency, because we have the quality assured system in which we are doing the registration of our programs, we are doing the assessment and certification of our graduates and workers. So we are also would like to strengthen that quality assurance mechanisms. That's we also did some regulatory impact assessment of our processes. So yes, ma'am, we will be pursuing that initiative. We would want to really strengthen the capacity of our personnel also in terms of the RIA. So we have participated in some of the sessions before, and we have done an area of our programs. And lastly, on the future public service towards more digital talent in the public sector. As I mentioned, I think this is really high time for us in the government to pursue our something like this to be more flexible. Actually, kaya kanina I would like to share my slides sana because ito siguro pwede na. Yun lang yung I would like to emphasize hindi gumagalaw kasi. Yes. So yun, the TESDA is the strategic direction. Ito lang because with all of this I mentioned that we were pushed to really pursue innovation and pursue digitization. And with our priority now in the Philippine Development Plan, all the government agencies are really geared towards the pursuing economic prosperity. And for TVET, we are well situated in the whole whole framework of the PDP, from the education and lifelong learning, then into increasing income earning ability, and into yung innovation. So I would like to share that some of the initiatives that we have really pursued, especially during the pandemic, that as I think it's an innovative program. Although we have this even in 2012, we have the test online program, but the pandemic has pushed everyone to really see the importance of this. Kasi the main purpose of having the online program before was to really expand the reach of the VET for people who are outside of the country, for those na hindi makakapunta physically in a classroom setting. So we have the online program so that everyone could have access to TVET programs anytime, anywhere, using their gadget or their laptops. So this test online program accelerated during the pandemic. So just the pandemic alone, parang we have churned out about 1 million users. But for now, we have about 3 million registered users in the program, and about enrolled na 3.7 until from January to the data is from until August 2022. But we started this in 2012. And so now, because of the naging blockbuster yung program, we have already developed 150 courses. And the top programs being enrolled in this is healthcare, tourism, electronics, entrepreneurship, and 21st century skills. So you can see, and with this, we are also moving towards expanding the program into developing it as a learning management systems of our institutions, of our TESDA institutions. And we have already the regional TOP already. So yun, the situation has pushed us to really expand and be more flexible. So yun yung sinasabi nga na kanina, that sometimes services, we have to expand our services para we could reach more people. So yun, and technology, we have the technologies, we have this. And we're thankful also to the DICT because during the pandemic, they have, since yung biglang nag-surge yung ano namin, yung use ng as the online program, they have supported us in hosting it through the Amazon. So with our MOU with the ACT, so last very quick na di na namin kasi maano yung mga users, so we called on the DICT in 2020. So yun, so this is really something that we sinasabi ko nga na we really need each one of us in the government and even of course the private sector to do everything for us to expand and support the services and give the needed services of our people. So innovation, we are pinag-uusapan natin how to pursue innovation because it's not just that we will be stuck in what we're doing. So in TVET, we have the regional TVET innovation centers which will provide an authentic learning environment to our people, to our learners. So we have all of this now, but it's still yet to be established. We only have the 3 regional TVET innovation centers. So nakikita natin before in the videos there are what's innovation. So it's something that you hindi naman totally new, but it's something that you nag-add ka ng value para mas maging madali yung pag-offer mo ng program or a system. So these innovation centers will provide an authentic learning environment with state-of-the-art programs kasi we see that this is also our response so that our people could be more responsive then, more competitive, so they would have the needed skills that's needed in our environment now in we say the 4th or the 5th industrial revolution. So we need to develop people that are innovative and creative. That's why as the education, part of the education sector, we have to be developing 21st century skills to our learners. So yun nga, I mentioned that is all of this. So linked to what the DICT, the DAP, and the OECD, we have to take note of that. It's very important. Na we are linked to this, we are supporting the priority of the administration and the PDP towards economic transformation and prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. So we are not really working in silos. All the government efforts are in sync to what the priorities are. And I think, so ito lang, moving forward, I just like to so that everyone would also be, have a stake and would support us in this. So napag-uusapan natin. This is also, we are doing the 5th cycle of our national PSD plan. So ngayon we are looking at this, it's not actually the framework or strategy that's part of this plan. It's really having a new mindset. Kasi in all of this, we have to instill a new mindset for everyone. In the government, some of us, baka tayo sa traditional system. So ngayon pinapakita that we should be agile. We have to adapt to the changing times with yung skilling ourselves. So we have to reskill, we have to restyle our systems. So processes. Kaya it's good that the DAP is doing this to encourage the national government, the local government units, all the entities in the government to really look at other things. So we have to look at all of this different in the new environment so that we will be able to adapt and we will be able to support to give the needed services for our people. So yun po, I think in summary, ang reaction ko is really yung din namin, the plan that we have to have a new mindset, we have to restyle, we have to reskill, and we have to improve our digital capacity. Yun lang initially my reaction, and thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Charlene Hustimbaste. You're right, no? This is a collective effort, no, that everyone should be aware of. And thank you for sharing us your position about productivity and innovation and shedding us a glimpse of the TVET. We have been enlightened on TESDA's role in pursuing innovations in strategic direction for global competitiveness and workforce readiness. Rest assured, ma'am, that we are one with you in preparing the Philippine workforce to meet the requirements of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Once again, Ms. Charlene B. Hustimbaste, please give her a round of applause. To continue, our second reactor is Miss Victoria F. Esber. She is the Acting Executive Director 4 of the Civil Service Commission. Acting Executive Director 4, Victoria F. Esber, dearly known as EDVIX, is a homegrown talent of the CSC and has dedicated almost 4 decades of her years as a civil servant with excellence, integrity, and passion. All throughout her stint in public service, she has developed her competencies in strategy formulation, implementation, and execution, HR policy review and implementation, process improvement and organizational development, establishment of the performance management system, implementation of anti-corrupt effort and initiatives, and proficiency management assessment. The CSC garnered 3 Silver Trailblazer Awards with her as a project manager in the implementation of the Performance Governance Systems Balanced Scorecard. As a champion of L&D, EDVIX has also established her credibility in facilitating numerous programs for the Commission and becoming one of the sought-after subject matter experts. EDVIX was a scholarship recipient of the AFP Command and General Staff College, where she undertook General Staff course, and the scholarship recipient of the National Defense College of the Philippines, where she earned her master's degree in National Security Administration. She also has a master's degree in Public Management and Bachelor of Laws. Her undergraduate degree is in Political Science at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where she was a university scholar. Let us all welcome Acting Executive Director Victoria F. Esber.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you for that kind and generous introduction. Okay, so I am here to make a reaction on the 3 presentations. The first one was from the DICT, the second one from the Development Academy of the Philippines, and the third is from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a government agency based in Europe. Okay, listening to the 3, but first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the way they have arranged the program. No, it started with the plan, and then with the regulatory reviews to institute reforms in regulation, and then finally the role of learning and development. But at the end of the day, what are the 3 talking about? What is the bottom line? Why were they focusing on what they were supposed to talk about? I guess it would be to come up with a better to excellent service delivery in the public sector. That was the aim of the 3 presenters. But how were they able to do this? The first presentation is a classic example of the need to begin with the end in mind. You come up with a plan, you come up with a roadmap, you come up with where would you like to go. That's why we have the e-government master plan for 2022, which is actually the foundation, or could be used as take-up, or which was used as take-up for the digital government architecture framework, which is also anchored on the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028. And that is robust economy, inclusive and resilient society, which is further anchored to ambisyon natin 2040, matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay, which is further anchored to the ASEAN Master Plan, and further and finally anchored to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. So as you can see, when each government agency makes a plan, it has to be anchored on something, okay? Because this is based on the principle, no man, no division, no organization is an island. And I hope we were able to see the importance of this alignment to the bigger goal. Inside each organization is also the importance of personal alignment, organizational alignment to the societal alignment. Okay, so that was the value of the first presentation. However, I would like to ask, I guess this would also be my question. I did not see in the presentation, and I find it very important, if there was an evaluation of the, because we have the 2013 to 2016 e-government master plan. We also have the 2019 to the 2017 to 2022 e-government master plan. And if we would be able to see the gains of the two plans, we would be able to see how this would strengthen, or in what way could we take off from these two plans, so that we would be able to deliver the robust economy, inclusive and resilient society, and the what's the plan presented, the architecture for digitization and digitalization in the Philippine government. Okay, so the second is, so actually, no, vision and leadership. Vision and leadership, yun yung unang ipinakita ni first presentation. We need to come up with vision and leadership mindset, because leaders are the stewards of any change effort, be it digital or non-digital. Okay? And I would like to relate this also to the last presentation from OECD, because it was able to enumerate the 4 transformational skills that a leader should have. So values-based leadership, open inclusion, organizational stewardship, and network collaboration. This is the kind of leaders that we ought to have. And when we talk of leadership, this is also a cultural revolution, because no digital transformation can successfully happen unless there is a change in values and culture. Change in values of the people involved in it, of the government employees, of the society, the clients, the public. Okay, so that is the first ingredient presented by the first, by our director from the DICT. The second is the presentation of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Okay, it talked of the importance to assess regulations as to whether are they meeting the purpose or the objectives of regulations, whether predictive or summative, or are they only viewed or seen as additional burden. Regulations are actually part, they are part of governance, because governance are defined as, these are the managerial actions, the organizational capacity and managerial actions developed to overcome cultural barriers in implementing strategies in modernizing, whatever forms of modernization or whatever forms of changes. I would also like to think that regulations, one thing that was very, that struck me with the presentation of the Development Academy of the Philippines is that when it presented its processes in regulation impact assessment, RIA, because consultation was cut across, She emphasized that in all these processes, participation, consultation, people participation is an important ingredient. And let us not forget that even in the first ingredient, or in the first key transformator, yung vision and leadership, the vision, while we say that it includes the leadership mindset, or it would reflect the leadership mindset, definitely you need also to hear from what people are saying. So in both governance as well as in vision, and in general, to better deliver public service, which is the agenda of the three presentations, underlying that would be people centricity. Okay, that's how I saw it. Talent management would be, yun yung last focus naman ni Daniel, and who will deliver these changes that we wish to happen in the government? It would be the people. And we need to capacitate them. He made mention of the 3 Fs, because these 3 Fs are already happening. Forward looking, we need to identify the emerging skill sets. We need to be flexible because the rule of the day now is people can work anywhere, anytime, and the value of lifelong learning, which is simply defined as lifelong learning is the will and determination to learn every day in the workplace with the help of managers and leaders as coaches and guides. And finally, fulfilling diversity and inclusion, meaningful work, employee experience, engagement, and performance. If we're going to relate this, these are actually cultural revolution. Now, these are changes. Now, what we're saying is, as we in the Civil Service Commission, we intend to deliver future-ready civil servants and organizations. So this is also a cultural building, not only on technical skills, because to survive climate change, to survive COVID-19 pandemic, to survive conflict, to survive this changing and challenging world around us, we need to be future ready, okay? And when we say future ready, we should have life skills as well as on the in-job skills or out-of-job skills, no? And examples of life skills would be your emotional intelligence, your empathy, communication, because these are the emerging skills together with complex problem solving. Okay, so we need to capacitate to make people be ready for the change because we're talking of digital transformation. And what does digital transformation simply mean? Napakasimple lang po. Pag sinabi pong digital transformation na pinag-usapan ng lahat is, this is the use of different digital technologies in all areas of operations and in communications. This is a new way of organizing work and delivering value. And what is digital government? Digital government denotes the extensive use of digital technologies and IT solutions, but it is not an end to itself. Because at the end of the day, digital government is a very powerful means of improving public service delivery, which is the aim of all of us, not to deliver maginhawa, matatag at panatag na buhay, increasing people's engagement, enhancing transparency, ethical delivery of service, accountability, inclusion, and ultimately making life better for all. And the three presenters were able to deliver this without actually saying this, but we as the listeners, we need to think further ahead so that we would be able to see the main purpose of the three presentations. Thank you. I know it's time is up. I hope I was faithful with my 10-minute presentation and reaction. Thank you, Doc. Or should I think?
Yep.
I'm done. Or should I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
10
very
minutes
much,
kasi
ma'am.
binigay niyo sa akin.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Acting Director, Executive Director Victoria F.S. Bear, or let me correct myself, it's ED Vix. Thank you very much, ED Vix, for that inspiring and very comprehensive reaction. Indeed, no? Beginning with the end in mind allows us to keep our goals in mind as we set milestones in our journey. Truly, we place our trust in our leaders as we set our feet in the onset of this cultural revolution. We are aiming to share the same vision as we face life after the pandemic. Once again, thank you very much, ED Vix, and please give her a virtual round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Now, our third reactor is Mr. George T. Barcelon, President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or the PCCI. George T. Barcelon is the President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the largest business organization in the country. He represents the private sector in the Industry Development Council and National Competitive Council. He is also one of 3 Philippine representatives of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or the ASEAN-BAC, and the private sector representative to the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, or the LEDAC, or LEDAC. He is the president of Integrated Computer Systems, a pioneer in computer systems and peripherals. He is also the president of Paramount Vinyl Products, an interpolymer corporation, a company involved in the manufacturing of plastic sheeting and rubber matting. He is also the president of several realty development companies that provide office spaces, commercial outlets, warehouse offices for EcoZone locators and BPOs. He is chairman of the Philippine Exporters Confederation Board, a board member of the Philippine Business of Education, or the PBED, director of Cardinal Santos Hospital Foundation, and member of the Rotary Club of Makati. Let us all welcome PCCI President George T. Barcelon. Yes, sir. If you can move a little to the right, left side. Yes, thank you very much. And if you have a screen to share, just ask for us for our assistance. Thank you, sir.
Don't know what happened. Ginawa mo. Magandang umaga po. I'm honored to be sharing the private sector's perspective on the topic that has become clearly relevant in our aim for a concerted effort to rebuild our economy and achieve a better outcome for all. It is indeed a privilege to be in the company of like-minded people to focus on how we can better serve our constituents. As introduced earlier, I'm here representing PCCI, a national business organization, where small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, account for some 70% of its membership. PCCI is a business advocacy organization that envisions a globally competitive Philippine-based enterprise. Pursuing this vision, we work closely with government, local and national, to promote a business-friendly environment that is conducive to the expansion of existing business and engendering new investments. It is therefore with great interest to listen to our policymakers and experts talk on better public services through productivity and innovations. Because attracting investments, starting and growing a business are highly dependent on the service delivery of our policymakers and regulators. Let me touch on digital transformation to revitalize the economy and the business resilience. Post-COVID, we are presented with a unique opportunity to reset and rebuild the economy in an inclusive and sustainable manner. The pandemic showed us invaluable lessons on agility as we face a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. We learned to innovate and accelerated our transition to the digital as contactless transaction became the norm. Some government agencies kept track. The Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs, for instance, fully digitized, such that 10% in 2015, the Department of Finance reported that in 2021, the online filing of income tax return grew to 99.5%. This is also reflected in the growth of electronic payment transaction at the BIR. Let me also highlight an important criterion we use in selecting PCCI's most outstanding LGU awards: greater competitiveness and ease of doing business through innovations. All our past winners, Quezon City, Bacolod City, Naga City, and others, have led the way in various innovations that applied information technology to facilitate the processing of business permits and licenses. There are just some examples that we hope with the e-government master plan, we will finally see the light in our aspirations for digital governance at the national and local level. The National Single Window, which was launched in 2005 to integrate and automate trade-related procedures, continue to be a work in progress. The same can be said of the Electronic Business One-Stop Shop, better known as EBOS, a portal which is supposed to put online transaction among national government agencies, LGUs, and private enterprises. The appointment of one of our own, formerly Corseg of PCCI, is now the Secretary of DICT, Attorney Ivan John Wee, gives us confidence that the digitized government will not just be a moving target, but will be a major accomplishment of this administration. Automation and intra and interagencies interoperability will not only speed up clearances, permits, and licenses, but will also reduce human interface and personal discretion by approving authorities. For us in the business sector, these are of great importance as they lessen incidences of bribery and corruption and enhance transparency and efficiency. Such, we may therefore say, is the best example of good governance in public service, one that expedites the creation of a conducive environment for investment and decent quality jobs. The next topic that I will touch on is the leave no one behind. As this digitization effort for improved public service required better and greater connectivity. If we want our economic growth to be inclusive, sustained, and resilient, digital transformation must be a national strategy reaching the farthest LGUs and barangays. About 80% of all MSMEs are located outside NCR, and about 40% are located outside a densely populated area, which are less likely to have access to reliable wired or mobile internet. Without connectivity, this 40% risk being left behind. Our ICT infrastructure and connectivity needs to be improved and to enable equal access to life-enhancing information and services. Aside from our advocacies to complete the national broadband backbone and the rollout of internet via satellite, PCCI is working with the DCICT and international satellite service providers on a proof of concept project on satellite connectivity. This will be in select remote areas of the country to provide access to micro enterprises, academic institutions, and even the local government agencies. Connectivity would help equip the micro and small enterprises to leverage on digital platform to breach supply chain gaps. Likewise, it helps address the need of farmers, fisher folks, manufacturers, and entrepreneurs for end-to-end logistic platform solutions to ensure that their access to markets is unimpeded. Lastly, I would like to point out that productivity and innovations do not always require the use of technology. As a study by the World Bank shows, leadership, transparency, and institutional capacity building are common metrics for success in public sector management and confidence building measures. Recently, President BBM just signed an executive order regarding the ease of doing business. He has traveled to many countries lately and he realized that this is one area that we need to improve. Although we have ARTA, which is anti-red tape authority, DEO is an overarching advocacy. We have ARTA is there for those who have encountered difficulties dealing with the government's offices, but the EO will make sure that all government services would keep in mind that they need to improve their services to help the public sector. With a new government in a new era, we're given another chance to lay the groundwork for a resilient future. Let us bring back the idea of public service. As I'd like to share, the need to do things better is the mother of innovations. This is something taken out of the old cliche that necessity is the mother of all inventions. Let us capitalize on innovations in governance to improve productivity and accelerate our economic growth. Let productivity create value for everyone so that no one is left behind. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay tayo lahat.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. George Barcelon, for sharing your vision and perspective in uplifting the quality of business and economy, both in the private and public sector. Truly, this is a VUCA world, and innovating hand in hand is the way to move forward. And as we transform into a smart nation, we look forward to breakthrough technologies and better ways of doing things. Indeed, working together will pave the way to an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient society. Once again, Mr. George Bersalon, please
Thank
give
you.
him a virtual round of applause. Our last but not the least reactor is Dr. Francisco Paco Sandeas, Chairperson and Managing Founder of the Philippine Development Foundation. Dr. Francisco Paco Sandeas is the Managing Founder at Nara Venture Capital, a boutique early-stage investment group that has invested in over 35 high-technology companies. He is also the founder and CEO of Septo Digital Education, a system developer and integrator of the most innovative platform for the delivery of digital education content and tools for schools in the developing world. He founded and sat as a chairman at StratPoint Technologies Inc., one of Southeast Asia's leading software consulting firms for digital transformation. At Stanford University, where he completed his doctorate degree and master's degree in electrical engineering, he co-invented the grating light valve, or the GLV, one of Stanford's top IP moneymakers. He was the first summa cum laude of the University of the Philippines Diliman's Applied Physics program and was awarded 10 Outstanding Students of the Philippines. Paco holds 5 international patents in nanotechnology and optoelectronics. An active trustee of the Philippine Development Foundation and co-founder of the Brain Gain Network, Paco advises various agencies of the Philippine government, the De La Salle University, and the University of the Philippines. He has worked at HQ Asia Pacific, Applied Materials, and Silescape. Let us all welcome Mr. Francisco Paco Sandeas.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I hope you can hear me now. I trust you can, so allow me to proceed. It's a great honor to be able to talk to you and react to this esteemed group of speakers this morning, and also to witness the DAP conducting these very informative seminar talks. Since the late 90s, I've been working with various government agencies to try and develop the Philippine economy. At PhilDev, we believe in education, especially in science, technology, engineering, and math. And then you become innovators and eventually entrepreneurs who create economic value. And we hope that there will be more economic value in the Philippines. And one of the models of this would be an example of people who were below me at Stanford University, and they founded Google, which is now Alphabet on the NASDAQ stock market. And in 24 years, they've created $1.3 million in economic value. It's greater than the GDP of the Philippines in 24 years, and started with 2 PhDs from Stanford University. So imagine if Filipinos were able to found companies just like Google, and we would staff this new Google with Filipino professionals. What tremendous economic value we would have for the Philippines. And this is what PhilDev believes in. And in fact, that's why at PhilDev, the activities that we support are starting with bringing US professors and our top professors in the Philippines to train the faculty of our various higher ed institutions. So we train them on new teaching methods, experiential learning, the gamification of lessons, all of this to teach a very important course, which leads to the Googles of the world, which is called Technopreneurship 101. In fact, way back in 1992, I wrote the seminal paper that coined the term technology entrepreneurship, or technopreneurship, as part of the Brain Gain and the PhilDev efforts. Beyond just training the professors who will teach the next generation of engineers or knowledge workers, we also help the higher ed institutions with creating incubators inside their institutions. We help them with incubator design, their various details of selection criteria, identifying when you want to intervene with the startup founders. And very, very important is a key message that I would like to add to the reaction to very good talks already this morning, is the aspect of measuring the outcomes of our interventions. I think it was brought up already by one of the speakers and reactors. And then when we lead to the startup activities, so after we go from education and we teach people to be innovative, hopefully startups are founded by technopreneurs. And FieldDev, we have a program called FieldDev Labs, and we strengthen this ecosystem of the startups. And these are pictures of some of our entrepreneurs, and we mentor them throughout their process. And this kind of activity has led to a number of startups that are what we call government technology, or GovTech, like with regard to vaccination programs, would be Bukuna or Bantay Chatbot, Safe Trial PH, and Digitized PH, various startups that FieldDev has supported. I bring to you some lessons that we may have learned and would like to share as a reaction to the panels today. And mind you, these are not opinions of myself or anybody at the FieldDev board, but feedback that we get from these startups that we have been nurturing over the years. One of the aspects that they bring up is the limitations or challenges of working with the local government as they go about the GovTech initiatives. Number one challenge that they shared with us is that sometimes the government offices are unresponsive, and it's very difficult for them to have meetings with the leaders unless there's maybe a personal friendship or an endorsement from somebody that is able to connect them. And then, of course, as we all know, there are elections and the leadership will change. And sometimes this hampers the sustainability or the continuation of a good program that is being implemented. And also, as we know, there are many other challenges and details like procurement problems, especially if they are a startup, they don't have the history and the ability to go through the PhilJEPS accreditation, etc. So many different little things. And that's why it was interesting to listen to the talk about improving regulations, reviewing them, and trying to figure out how we can really enable and empower the Philippine economy. Some of the recommendations that arose from our FieldDev engagement with these startups, number one is encouraging the government to acknowledge these startups as potential partners, the potential Googles, the potential Ubers, the potential Grabs, who will help the government and the Philippines in order to become successful as an economy, or even as a government service, right? If we have like what we were talking about earlier in the Korean example of a human resource development, learning and development platform. I'll talk to you a little bit more in more detail after. And also another recommendation was to invest in programs that to support the growth of these innovations and to streamline the government services. And of course, we always talk about this in our discussions with government and private sector, increase the collaboration to source innovations. Again, I think one of my key messages is going to be that we really have to focus on the details of how we execute, because really the success will happen not in just our good ideas, because clearly in this room there's so many smart people, so many good leaders, but as described earlier, there is so much detail. Like for example, when TVET, it was described that these are the ideas, but we only have 3 and the others are to be established. The aspects of how to host the government cloud. Is there that infrastructure available today? Is it at the same level as Amazon? So that's why now we actually end up depending on Amazon or Azure or Google, right? Because we still have to develop it. So it's all in the details. So I'll give you an example of to me is wow. It was so nice to listen to the OECD OECD presentation because he was recommending something that we at FieldDev saw during our engagement with the government, and we realized that there's so much to be done, and an education technology platform has to be implemented. And in fact, one of the FieldDev projects ended up becoming a startup. This startup is Zepto Education, and Zepto Education came up with various platforms, exactly what the example of Korea is doing, creating a learning and development platform, both for universities, for schools, and also for government agencies or for your corporate institutions. So Zepto Pro is a learning and development platform, or LMS, for your corporates, or if DAP wants to copy the Korean model, we have something already developed by Filipino engineers and programmers. We have content also. There's various content. It was amazing to see the success of TESDA. And what we would like to see is that all the great speakers today can be disseminated throughout the country. And as we know, as we witnessed throughout the pandemic, these things can happen, what we call asynchronously, without having to fly a specific person from the United States or from Manila or from Cebu to Iloilo or wherever the destination or the location of those learners are. But let me share some of the details that really have to happen, because when I say execution is in the details, what we really had to do was to get the buy-in of all levels of stakeholders, starting with the top. Because if we say we're going to capacitate our learners, our workers at the government services of, say, SSS or GSIS or any group, and in this case, Zepto Education, we're talking about the teachers and the students and the principals in the schools. In order to capacitate them, we really had to get the buy-in of the governors and the mayors of the local governments. Without them, it was very hard to implement the program. And even with their buy-in, it is still difficult, because as people who are experiencing it in this call or whoever is doing this will tell you that it takes time. Digital transformations can normally take 3 years is typical, right? And if you're lucky, you can get it in 1.5 years. It takes time to transform, and it was described earlier. So we start with, for example, in this case, we started with teachers. And these teachers, there will be people who will be resistant to change, who don't have internet connections. They find it expensive. The devices are a problem. So many different challenges. And we have to take and monitor all of this. And so you end up with customized platforms. So we have a platform on your desktop computers, but then many students don't have desktops. Then they will have to use a mobile phone. And all of this has to be synchronized. So these are various problems that we solved. But it's not really about the technology. It's really about the teachers and the implementers. So it's very important for any program that any government agency will have to do. We realize that we have to measure what is happening and measure the learning outcomes in the specific case of an educational, or in DAP, Development Academy of the Philippines. It would be, are we really achieving the goals that we intended when we entered into these programs? So we have to measure in real time all that is happening. And that is the best way to ensure that, I saw a comment earlier that something got started and then it ended up as a white elephant. So by measuring and monitoring what's happening, then we avoid this waste of resources. So in conclusion, regarding the example of the FieldDev and now Zepto Education as a startup that sprung from this, the conclusion is, if we want to make interventions, we have to do the normal, which is enable using digital platforms. And these digital platforms have to be designed in a way that is agile and easy to continue to improve over time. And the way we improve over time is by monitoring how it behaves and how it works and how it engages with our users. And then what we have to also have is both the commitment from the bottom, from all your learners, but also the commitment from the top level. So if we're going to capacitate and improve government services, all the agencies have to have buy-in from the top of the agency to the bottom of the agency. And I think it was mentioned earlier, there's really a lot of cultural transformation as well. And I already talked about this: measure and assess outcomes. And in the case of education, you have to measure competencies and figure out if you're really in a what we call competency-based management structure. So with this, I'd like to conclude that really, if we want to aspire for a progressive Philippines, it means that we have progressive, modern, digital Filipinos. And they're committed, all of these Filipinos, whether you're in the private sector or public sector, as mentioned, committed to lifelong learning. And so let's work together to empower a more competitive Philippines. Thank you from FieldDev, and also from one of the companies that sprung from this, from Zepto Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandejas, for inspiring us to propel our nation towards having economic value. Yes, truly, education, no? And competency-based training and lifelong experiential learning is the key towards achieving this dream. We are looking forward to the development of technopreneurs and a healthy innovation ecosystem. You know, listening to all these speakers today, you keep us all optimistic. Definitely, we are looking forward to Pinoy Googles and Ubers in the future. Once again, Mr. Paco Sandejas, you truly are an inspiration to all of us. Please give him a virtual round of applause. Okay. Now, after hearing from the presenters and panelists, we will now proceed to the open forum. Questions and insights raised by the participants through the chat box will be discussed. To manage the time, since we only have a few minutes left, we have pre-selected some of the questions that you posted, and we will be addressing them now. And some of the questions we consolidated so that we will have a more effective question and answer portion. Our available speakers for this sub-theme is Director Maria Cristina Abalos, or Direct Maki, and Miss Marbida. And our panel reactors are also here: Director General Officer in Charge, EDVIX, also Executive Director Charlene B. Husimbaste, Mr. George T. Barcelon, and Mr. Francisco Paco Sandejas. They will give their response and comments as time permits. So if you still have questions, do not forget to please write your name and agency so we could address you properly. Now, our first question is for Director Abalos. Yeah, in the interest of time, we have consolidated, I think, 3 questions. No, these are from Rene Tatlonghari from LAW and Jan Caleo of the EMB. Basically, this is like a status update of what happened. No, so what happens to the government's plan for the construction of common telecom towers? Is the DICT involved in this? Relatedly, what is the timeline for these priority projects, especially the iGov Cloud and iGov Pay? Further, e-governance using online information systems requires internet connectivity. What is the status of the government's efforts to provide internet in all areas of the country, and where are we in terms of internet speed improvement?
Okay, so to address the first question regarding the common towers.
Yes, ma'am.
Due to the limited fiscal space of the government, the DICT right now just acts as a facilitator for the implementation of the common tower sharing policy. During the past years, we have seen advances in the common tower policy. We have issued 17 certificates of registration and certificates of registration for independent tower companies. And we have also revised or expanded the joint memorandum circular, which streamlines the guidelines for the construction of shared PTPIs. As to the second question, what about connectivity?
No, it's about the priority projects like iGov Cloud and
Yeah.
iGov Pay. Yeah.
Yes, yes. For the iGov, for the iGov Pay, we are currently, or the department is currently in talks with the BSP with regards to providing a backbone, or I mean a back,
Yes.
an app for that, and the timeline for that is yet to be determined. With for the iCloud, we are targeting it to be released early next year. For the connectivity, well, in order to increase yung internet connectivity in the Philippines, the government is actually in coordination with the private sector, and we are exploring several avenues on how to address the broadband or the broadband supply challenges. We're trying to introduce new investments in both international and domestic segments of the country's digital infrastructure. So we are trying to address the issues now as we face it right now.
Okay.
Did I
Thank you.
capture all the questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you very much. I still have a few more for Direct Abalos. The second question is from Joanne Pacursa. Will there be a standard specification for the hardware requirement for the DICT project? Is this a clear question? Would you like further clarification on this?
Yeah, just to address that. No, so in any government ICT procurement, the terms of reference for the portion on ICT will provide the specifications. So yes, the answer is yes. There should be a
Yes.
standard for that.
Yeah, but depending maybe on the effort or the project and requirement. Yep. Okay, another question. I think a little bit related to this one. So it's a platform, no, citizen-centric platform. Is there an app for citizens to air like their complaints, grievances, suggestions, like that of the 8888? This is from Charlie Balanon.
Okay, so the people feedback mechanism will be or is embedded in the iGov app. It's one of the apps that I presented earlier, and this will serve as an avenue for suggestions. But earlier, we are still in processing analysis of yes. And right now, if you're asking for a complaint mechanism within the DICT, we have a complaint center and being maintained by our legal service.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah, a bit choppy, but I think we heard that. So I hope, Mr. Balaon, we have addressed your question. And ma'am, we are looking forward to that app. Last question, ma'am. I think these are two questions, no, but they're related. So first, is there a survey conducted on how ready are Filipinos in this digitalization process? And what are the needs of those who are in the marginalized areas? This is from Maya Tumalon. Also, a segue, a related question. Is there any chance to impose an instrument that will measure the level of maturity of these government agencies in ICT, digitalization adoption, and application? That is from Medardo Bombita.
Okay, so those questions are connected, no? So that I included that in my presentation earlier. We have several surveys, and the first being the National ICT Household Survey, which was done in 2019. So this survey gathered the use and access of ICTs. So part of the survey is to determine the ICT skills of individuals. and awareness of other online transactions and government websites. We are also currently in the process of deploying the National ICT Household Survey 2022. So results of this survey will be released early next year also. So for more information of the results of our surveys, you may visit our website www.dict.gov.ph /ICT statistics /NICTHS 2019. I'll type it in the chat box later. For the LGU, we're rolling out this NGA LGU survey. So this will determine the readiness of LGUs in terms of ICT skills or in terms of its willingness to go or to have digitization. Hopefully, we're targeting to release the results of this NGA LGU survey next year as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope all the questions are answered. We have 3 more questions, and I think this is addressed to Ms. Marbida. So if you have other questions to our panelists and reactors, please feel free to type it in the chat box now, and we will still try to accommodate them, for we have a little more time. Okay? For Ms. Marbida. First, this is from Ms. Marbs. I think this is from Lian Lozanias from the DBM, a former Dapper. Ms. Marbs, in making smart regulations, clarify agency roles, institutional framework, what approaches could be implemented? Could you elaborate more on this? How does this account for clarifying mandates, functions of agencies, since some agencies have mandates that are conflicting? Example, performing both regulatory and implementing functions, which may lead to conflict of interest. Could this also apply to agencies providing programs or services?
Yes, thank you, Adi, and thanks, Lian, for the question. And we agree with your observation on the conflicts in terms of mandates of agencies. Actually, in our regulatory review on transportation, our study team have noted the need to decouple the regulatory and developmental functions of certain agencies. So it was mentioned there the need to review the mandates of the Philippine Ports Authority, the Maritime Industry Authority, and even the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. So I think there was also a study before by Dr. Enrico Basilio on these decoupling concerns. So there's a need for legislation in order to clarify these roles and institutional framework. Hopefully, in the current Congress, the pending bills on the creation of the amendments to their charters will be passed. I think there's a PhilPorts Act also that's pending. A Philippine Airports Development Corporation Act is also pending. As what I think Director Fustambide mentioned earlier, this would really require a lot of conversations between the agencies to discuss the nitty-gritty of the arrangement. And she mentioned that this is a whole of government approach, and there's a need to have a new mindset. There's a need to restyle and also rescale in order to have functions and regulations that are fit for purpose. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Miss Marbs. Yeah, maybe hopefully at the onset of this life after the pandemic and digitizing things, we'll be able to address these. Now, another question: is there a specific example of newly established regulation that has gone through the RIA or the Regulatory Impact Assessment, and what form of evidence that should be kept to demonstrate that a new regulation was subjected to the RIA process? This is from Mr. Antonio Santos.
All right. Thanks, Sir Antonio. So earlier during the reaction of ED Charlene, she was able to help me answer this question because she mentioned earlier that TESDA was able to participate in the RIA training courses of the DAP back in 2021. So specifically for them, they've subjected the regulation on the issuance of national certificate of competency to regulatory impact assessment. And we also have other examples from other agencies. We have from the Philippine Ports Authority. They have presented actually during the Nehemiah program the guidelines on the accreditation of port service providers. So they used RIA in the review of this guideline. And the Food and Drug Administration, they actually issued a guideline within their agency that institutionalizes regulatory impact assessment. So most of their recently issued regulations have used regulatory impact assessment. So on the second question of Sir Antonio, as I have mentioned earlier, the ARTA will be the main agency who will review the submitted regulatory impact statements of these agencies and local government units. So a preliminary impact statement or a regulatory impact statement should be present. And I think ARTA is working on the full implementation of the Business Regulatory Information System, or BRIS. So this website will be accessible to everyone, even to citizens who are interested to know about regulations in the country and about proposed regulations in the country. So it aims to become a repository of all the regulations of agencies and the regulatory impact statements that they have conducted. So this will be available pretty soon. And yeah, I think I also saw another question on the chat box about the possibility of including privacy impact assessment in the lenses. Definitely, we are continuously improving on our course design, and that is something that we would try to include in the revised course design of our regulatory impact assessment training. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much for that, Ma'am Arps. I think we have the last question so far this morning. This is again from Renel Tatlonghari. What is DAP's position on considering and integrating privacy impact assessment? I think this is the last question. I think this is the question that you answered already.
Yes, Adi.
Okay, so this is already answered. So I hope we were able to address your concerns, Sir Renel. Moving on. Okay, thank you, dear speakers and participants, for sharing your insights. It was a very interesting and engaging forum. You know, everyone, today's presentations have given us a holistic view of innovation components that will propel us to greater heights. As we go through our pursuit of excellence in quality and productivity, we will expect innovations that would prepare us for smart regulations, e-government, and personnel development. We see our future to be a nation of smart cities, highly capable citizens, and proactive government. What we have witnessed a while ago are indicators that we are now paving the way towards becoming an innovative nation. We have gone this far, and we expect to move further. The reactions of our panelists, on the other hand, have reminded us that the road to innovation is not an easy task. We are bound to face harder challenges and higher demands. Thus, we should not stop here. Innovation is a never-ending cycle, and we are here to keep the wheel turning. The insights, plans, and concepts presented today is just the start of an incessant pursuit of excellence and productivity. So, to everyone, let us embrace the culture of innovation, and may we never stop improving our minds, our skills, and our lives. On that note, let me turn you over to our hosts for the awarding of the certificates of appreciation.
Thank you to our very accommodating moderator, Mr. Adrian A. Ramirez, We were able to navigate at least 30 minutes of open forum through his skill in managing the question and answer. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of our presenters, panel reactors, and most especially to everyone here who contributed their presence, understanding, and active participation. At this point of the forum, we would like to present the Certificate of Appreciation to the guest speakers. The certificate reads as follows. The Development Academy of the Philippines awards this Certificate of Appreciation to the speakers and panel reactors for their invaluable contribution in the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2022, given this second day of December 2022. Signed, Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., MNSA, President and Chief Executive Officer, Development Academy of the Philippines, and member, GQMC. May we call on our esteemed speakers and panel reactors. Let's start off with Ms. Maria Cristina A. Abalos, Director for Policy and Standards Bureau, Department of Information and Communications and Technology. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Marbida L. Marbida, Program Manager, Modernizing Government Regulations Program, DAP PDC. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also have Mr. Daniel J. Cherson, Senior Management, Public Employment and Management, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Thank you so much, sir. And on to our esteemed panel reactors, we have Ms. Charlene B. Hustimbaste, OIC Executive Director of the Planning Office of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. Thank you, ma'am. We also have Ms. Victoria F. Esber, Acting Executive Director for Civil Service Commission. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Mr. George T. Barcelon, President, Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Francisco Paco Sandejas, PhD, Chairperson and Managing Founder of the Philippine Development Foundation. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga presenters and panel reactors. Our heartfelt gratitude to all of our speakers and panel reactors for your valuable time and expertise shared in the focus group discussion of the forum. May I now invite everyone here in Zoom to please turn on your camera for a brief photo opportunity with the speakers and panel reactors. We shall be assisted by our coordinator, Ms. Mary Ann I. Mayo, who will provide instructions.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So we have 17 panels. May we also ask everyone to turn on their cameras? All right. All right. So we have 17 panels. Please bear with us as I take the photos. Just give me a few seconds. One moment, please. Few more seconds. Please smile. Thank you. Few more seconds. Please bear with us. Okay. 10 more seconds. 5 more seconds. Okay, just a little bit more. All right. Thank you for your cooperation, and we do appreciate your attendance for today. We would just like to give a reminder that do not forget to log in your attendance for this morning. To be able to be eligible for a certificate, please stay until the afternoon session. We will also be giving the evaluation forms at the end of the day. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much.
Mary Ann, and thank you everyone. To our participants, watch out because we will be having the second part of the event this afternoon. We shall be joined by another set of presenters for concluding remarks and recommendations. The topics will be equally exciting and important. In the meantime, let us all have a hearty lunch, everyone. Please be back at 1 p.m. 3, 2, and dear participants, we hope that you had a good sumptuous lunch and were able to relax yourself. We shall begin the program in 5 minutes. Please make sure that you have registered your attendance. If you are interested to watch the proceedings of Sub-Theme 2, please view it in the PDC YouTube channel after the event. While waiting for other participants to get back on the session, please watch this video. Good afternoon. Thank you to our dearest speakers, presenters, panel reactors, and to about a total of approximately 450 participants in Zoom and YouTube. We hope that you have all learned from the presentations or discussions highlighting better public services through productivity and innovation and inclusive engagement in public service quality and productivity movement.
This afternoon's session shall have 3 presentations for the concluding remarks and recommendations.
And to start off, we have not one, but 2 experts from the Development Academy of the Philippines to present concluding remarks and recommendations on the topic Quality Workplace Standards. They are Ms. Maria Teresa A. Agustin, Director, PDC Productivity and Quality Training Office, and Mr. Samuel C. Rosal, Director, PDC Technology Management Office.
Maria Teresa A. Agustin is currently serving as the director of the Academy's Productivity and Development Center, Productivity and Quality Training Office, or PDC PQTO. She is responsible for program supervision on the Productivity and Quality Improvement Training Program, customized and public course offerings, capability building program on business excellence for the public sector, such as the Government Excellence Class Self-Assessment, government best practice recognition, including the implementation of the Award Administration of the Philippine Quality Award, or PQA, for the public sector. Previously, she served as Director of Industry Competitiveness and Small and Medium Enterprise and the Head Executive Assistant of the DAP Office of the President, a Senior Project Officer of the DAP Center for Quality and Competitiveness, and the Institute for Productivity and Quality, DAP Graduate School of Business of Public and Development Management. She holds a master's degree in industrial relations, major in human resource development from the University of the Philippines, and a Bachelor of Arts degree, major in behavioral science at the University of Santo Tomas. She also finished her diploma in training, development, and management at the College of St. Benilde de La Salle University, and completed a professional enrichment course on entrepreneurship. Turning idea into business at the School of Continuing and Professional Studies at the University of Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA.
Mr. Samuel C. Rosal is the Director of the Technology Management Office, Productivity Development Center, Development Academy of the Philippines. He is a consultant and a resource person in quality and productivity training courses, workshops, and other capacity building activities. His areas of expertise are managing and leading people, project management, training and facilitating, ISO 9001:2015 Quality Management System, process reengineering, process analysis and design, business continuity management, method study and work measurement, production planning and control, research study, statistical analysis, and sales and marketing. He was the supervising fellow in all of the projects of the PDC TMO, including the development of quality management system certifiable to ISO 9001:2015 and research projects on quality and productivity. He graduated from the University of the Philippines with a Bachelor of Science in Industrial Engineering. Please welcome Director Agustin and Director Rosal. Good afternoon, ma'am and sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Director Agustin and Director Samuel Rosal.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. We can start with the presentation already.
Yes, sir, please do. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll start off the presentation. Okay, in the next slide, please. We're here to present the quality workplace standards in the public sector. Okay, basically the draft quality workplace standards in the public sector. And this was completed by both our offices, our respective offices in the PQTO and the TMO, which Ms. Tess and I have, Director Agustin and I have initiated. In the next slide, please.
Excuse me, Director Rosal.
Yes.
Can you put some lighting? Medyo wala po kaming makita sa face niyo po.
Okay, let me check on that, huh? Wait,
Yes, sir.
give me a second. Okay, would that be okay?
Sir, wala pa rin. Hindi po maliwanag yung face niyo, sir.
Oh, wala eh. I have adjusted the lighting sa computer and the lighting here in the office.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Sige. I think we should focus more on the PowerPoint presentation rather than on my video face. Ano? Sige, let us start with the discussion of the relevant points and issues that were discussed in the previous presentation. Basically, we're citing two presentations, one coming from the DOLE and one coming from OECD. The first one, okay, the first presentation regarding working towards an exclusive workplace presented by DOLE, it puts emphasis on the agency's initiative to fully implement the Republic Act 11058, the Occupational Safety and Health Law, and of course, the timely policy issuance and enforcement activities, particularly during a pandemic. The other presentation in the next slide. Okay, OECD's future of the public service, preparing the workforce for a change in a context of uncertainty. The presentation of OECD pointed out that COVID-19 crisis has placed the public service at the heart of the center of the greatest global disaster response effort. And of course, we also noted that the capacity of the public services to be more resilient to face the megatrends linked to the future and the next set of crises will rely on the design of post-pandemic policies in many areas. So, in the next slide, please. We are now actually going through a phase of what we call the new normal lifestyle, wherein emerging behaviors, situations, and minimum public health standards that will have to be integrated in common or routine everyday practices and will be observed even after the pandemic or while the disease is not totally eradicated. So this is what we're going through right now. Okay, in the next slide, we would also like to mention the joint memorandum circular of the Civil Service Commission, the Department of Health, and the Department of Labor and Employment. We cited two important portions of this joint memorandum circular. So under Section 3, it says that under Section 3, Article 8 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, occupational health and safety is a right. Hence, it is important that all sectors, both public and private, should endeavor for better working conditions in their respective workplaces. Good housekeeping shall be maintained at all times, like cleanliness of buildings, premises, machines, equipment, even the eradication of stagnant water that serves as breeding ground for mosquitoes and other insects, regular waste disposal, and ordinary arrangement of processes, operations, storage, and filing of materials. In the next slide, please. So what then is a quality workplace? We're talking about there's a common denominator of having a quality workplace in all of these issues and previous issuances that we have cited. There's mention of quality workplace. So we define in DAP a quality workplace as one that is clean and organized, a workplace that has engaged employees, a workplace that has waste elimination, not just physical waste, but also non-physical waste that we could see not only in the workplace, but also in our respective processes. Okay, improve and safe workplace, a disciplined workforce, and ultimately customer satisfaction. In the next slide, okay, now all of these issues and issuances that we have mentioned led PDC or DAP, our offices, our respective offices, to come up with a draft called a quality workplace standard. So the quality workplace standard is a document formulated as a result of consensus that sets the guidelines for total participation in the observance of common, consistent practice of organizational requirements, specifications for monitoring, measuring, and sustaining workplace cleanliness, orderliness, health, and safety that can impact on the workplace and work quality improvement for stakeholder satisfaction. So for details of or a quick preview of this set of draft quality workplace standards, I will turn over the virtual mic to my colleague, Director Agustin.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. Magandang hapon po muli sa inyong lahat. And to continue with the discussion about the quality workplace, taking off from the relevant issues or points discussed earlier in the session and what we have already started at the academy level. Okay, so on having a quality workplace, in response to what we are experiencing now, what we have experienced as a result of the pandemic, and at the present time, we need to transition to the new normal lifestyle. So in which we need to adopt certain behaviors. So we came up, we came up with the development of quality workplace standards that will be that we thought will fit the requirements of the different sectors in the government. So we have actually formulated 4 sets for the following sectors. So we have one from the state universities and colleges, the national line agencies, the local government units, and healthcare. So next, so these are the samples and of what we have done in response to setting a quality workplace in public sector organizations. Okay, so how did we come up with these quality workplace standards? As it was explained to you by Sam. So it's a document that results from consensus building. Or the consensus decision making of people in the organization. And so what we did is for us to come up with 2 development approaches. So first, the participatory approach through capability building program. And the other approach is through focus group discussions with technical experts. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so the participatory approach, which we have done through capability building program, has been done this way. Okay, so we started from training group of participants from the different sectors from different parts of the country. so represented from Luzon, Visayas, Danao. So we had this training, and as a result of that training, we had the workshops for them to be able to develop yung quality workplace standards, and which in turn were validated not just within the group of participants, but later on we had another round of validation session with other groups of participants coming from the different sectors. So it is focused, like for example, we had this validation session with the group from the NLAs, from the SUCs. Okay, so something like that happened to validate what we have formulated as a result of that training courses. And then after that validation session, we had a polishing, we had a review at the team level. And after we have done polishing at the team level, we had another round of consultation with a technical expert on quality workplace, and of course, a health and safety practitioner. Okay, and after that, it went through finalization of the draft and approval. The approval process takes place. So that's how we went through the first approach. Okay, so the second one is through focus group discussion or FGDs with technical experts, and we set up a technical working group, like for example from the LGUs and the healthcare. Okay, so that is how the QWS for these sectors have been developed. Okay, so this technical working group is composed of experts from the specific sector, like healthcare or LGU. So if it's from healthcare, so there are people coming from the DOH, from hospitals, and from LGUs, from the local government units. Okay, and so after forming the technical working group, okay, so they gather data on the requirements that will be needed in setting up yung quality workplace standard. So how will it fit the setting or the context of that particular sector? Okay, so after the gathering of data, the research that was done, so there was a deliberation of all the data that have been gathered, and so they come up with that draft of the quality workplace standards, and it was circulated to the different sectors involved. And after that, it has been processed for the final version and approval. Okay, so that's how we came up with this sets of quality workplace standards, which are draft guidelines for public sector organizations to follow in setting up their respective quality workplace. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this just to show you examples of quality workplace standards that you may adopt in your respective organizations. Okay, so this is, for example, from the SUCs, state universities and colleges, like for the classroom. So we stated there the purpose. So what's the purpose of setting up the quality workplace standard or the guidelines? That is to provide a safe and conducive environment for teaching and learning process. Okay, so there are different components. So first one is the signage. No, of course, it's a classroom. So students, different sets of students use that classroom. So it will be good, no, for them to follow, no, a common set, no, of standards, no, or practices that should be common practice that should be instilled, no, to the students, no, to follow. Okay, so and you can also observe that in the right hand column, there is that specific numbering, no? So that stands for S1 or S2. Okay, so that reflects, no, to which type of S in the 5S does it belong, so that um, the user, okay, or people who will be using these standards will have their knowledge that this kind, no, of practice, no, or standard that has been set has been derived, from the first S of 5S, from the second S. So and they would know, they will better understand the principles behind it. Okay, so that is for the NLAs, national line agencies. And another sample that we would like to show you is the quality workplace standards for local government units. Okay, so what we have here is for frontline officer or public assistance officer. Okay, so this is more catering to the soft side, the behavioral side of it, because 5S does not, or the quality workplace does not only refer to the physical environment. It has also the soft side or the behavioral side of it, which refers to our behavior or attitude, in its implementation. Okay, so that's why the following standards or practices has been written or formulated, okay, for LGUs. Okay, so and this one is for the healthcare sector. Okay, so can find their hygiene practices. So it's more on the attitudinal, the behavioral sides is even covered here. Okay, so and also other standards for specific areas like the outpatient department. So the outpatient triage area, the doctor's consultation area. So that relates more to the physical environment side. So what common set of practices should be observed in all this? Okay, so those are the the samples of QWS that you can consider implementing or adopting in your respective organizations. Okay, and moving forward, so what do we do next? So for us, from the Development Academy of the Philippines, serving as the National Productivity Organization, okay, we would like to encourage public sector organizations to adopt the quality workplace standards. Remember, these are just draft guidelines for you to follow, and instill as part of the common practice, as part of the way of life in public sector organizations. Okay, and so once you have implemented that, and along the way you may find some need or requirements for capability building through training and technical assistance, then you can just approach the Development Academy of the Philippines. And also, if you are interested and committed, to implement, to adopt these quality workplace standards in your respective organization, okay, so we will be very happy, to showcase, your success stories, your experience in the implementation of the quality workplace standards. Okay, so we would like, we will be very happy to hear, how you are able to implement, the quality workplace standards, and as you gain maturity in its implementation, okay, so you may encounter difficulties, challenges along the way. Okay, so we will be very happy, to hear from you about that. So the high points and the low points, of your implementation of this quality workplace standards or guidelines that you may follow. Okay, so if you are interested to adopt this, make it happen or implement it in your respective organizations. Okay, so you may just get in touch with us. Okay, so we can share with you this set of quality workplace standards, applicable to your respective sector or agency. Okay, so I think with that, I would like to say thank you and magandang hapon pong muli to everybody.
All right. Thank you, Director Agustin and Director Rosal, for your engaging presentation. Let us all give them a virtual round of applause. The next presenter is Mr. Ruel R. Hermoso, DAP Project Officer, to present the concluding remarks and recommendation on the topic, Better Public Services through Productivity and Innovation.
Mr. Hermoso is a civil service eligible with 35 years of combined experience in both the public and the private sectors. He is a fellow of the DAP and concurrently managing the 2021 Industry Regulatory Study component of the Modernizing Government Regulations program of the Academy's Productivity and Development Center. He holds the BA in Economics from the University of the Philippines in Diliman, Quezon City, and a Master's in Policy Analysis from the defunct Graduate School of Policy Science, now the National Graduate Institute for Policy Science, or GRIPS, in Tokyo, of Saitama University in Urawa City, Saitama Prefecture, Japan, for which he was awarded the Japanese Ministry of Education Scholarship. He has served in other areas of DAP's operations, including the Council of Fellows in Corporate Operations and Strategic Management, as well as some projects under the Office of the President of the DAP. Assisted the DAP's Public Management Development Program as Program Representative and Panel Chair for the Capstone projects, as well as chair for the interview panels of PMDP's MMC and senior executives class candidates. Please welcome Mr. Ruel R. Hermoso.
Thank you, Nina, and thank you, Ed, for your gracious introduction. Let's move on immediately because we have a lot of ground to cover. Basically, I am being asked to consolidate all the different discussions we have had this morning regarding the improvement of public services, general improvement of the public sector through productivity and innovation. Okay, let's move on. Basically, the key takeaways that we have found through the last through the morning is that basically productivity and innovation are becoming increasingly important in the 21st century workplace. And this goes for both the private and the public sectors. Innovation enhances productivity, but then productivity provides the impetus for seeking more innovation. So there is a symbiosis of these two factors. Digital transformation will aid greatly in changing the public sector workplace, making it more responsive to stakeholders, whether it is citizens, G2G, G2B, etc. These workplaces in the future will be run and managed by agile public sector workers who are upskilled, reskilled, and in a perpetual state of learning. So we emphasize continuous improvement. We do not assume that we already know everything, but that there's always something new to learn in the workplace. Regulatory reform will help much by removing burdensome, unnecessary, and irrelevant regulations so that the public sector's regulatory workers can focus efforts on implementing smart regulations that clearly benefit their stakeholders. Okay, so moving on, we have the highlights of the presentations. The first presentation from Director Abalos regarding the e-government master plan 2022, digital governance transformation. Presentation number 2 by Ms. Marbida on modernizing government regulations, capacity building to develop smart regulations towards citizen-centric services, and presentation number 3 by Mr. Daniel Gerson, the future of public service towards more digital talent in the public sector. Okay, so those are the topics, the titles, and regarding presentation number 1 from Director Abalos, the DICT's e-governance master plan aims to promote open governance through digital transformation of basic public services, i.e., in effect, optimizing government operations, transforming businesses, engaging citizens for better access to public services, and upskilling the digital competency of the bureaucracy. And then the second point we thought was important was that the master plan focuses on the convergence programs intended to equip the national government with the necessary ICT or information and communications technology skills in order to achieve a digitally enabled administration capable of delivering efficient, fast, and quality basic services which cut across the whole of government. Presentation number 2 by Ms. Marbida, regulations should be subjected to a regulatory impact assessment, and she mentioned that it is something that we do regularly for our clients and stakeholders in the DAP, that the regulations should be fit for purpose, which means they are clearly targeted and they are intended to achieve a specific regulatory purpose. And at the same time, there's minimum regulatory burden on regulatory entities, and these are periodically evaluated and amended. The technical staff and officers of regulatory agencies should be provided regularly with capacity development interventions on good regulatory practices in order to promote smart regulations. Okay, and then the third by Mr. Gerson which is the future of public service towards more digital talent in the public sector. He looks into his crystal ball and sees that the future of public service is forward-looking, flexible, and fulfilling, requiring special skills towards government maturity. At the same time, he sees that there is a need for government to enhance the digital competency of the workforce and meet the increasing demands of the changing work environment. And finally, he sees that developing capabilities on agile methodologies, innovation, risk management, regulatory management, among others, will contribute to achieving the strategy of an agile and responsive government that will create better experiences for the citizens, for its citizens. Okay. Moving forward with the recommendations. These are recommendations that we found from other sources, but they do tend to bolster the arguments raised by our presenters, our esteemed presenters, and therefore we would like to raise them here as well. Now, these are what we picked up from the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, a publication they entitled Innovation in the Public Sector, Country Experiences and Policy Recommendations. Basically, we see that the Philippine government needs to transform itself into one that is agile and innovative. Basically, our first point says that the public sector plays a very significant role in modern economies. As in the business sector, innovation can be a major source of productivity growth, cost savings, and improvements in service quality in the public sector. Benefits which then also positively affect businesses and citizens who rely on an efficient and effective public sector. So, like we have said, no, such transformation calls for agile mechanisms for e-government, implementing institutional and regulatory reforms, human resource skill set upgrading, embracing smart systems, improving public sector resilience and recovery capabilities, as well as strengthening the coordination across all levels of government. The funding support of 12.47 billion pesos for 2023 allotted for the digitization in government is what we believe a laudable step in the right direction. However, the 1 billion peso budget to support the implementation of the Philippine Innovation Act has not materialized, and only a 200 million innovation grant under NEDA for programs, activities, and projects promoting innovation from national government agencies, LGUs, state universities and colleges, and GOCCs. So Dr. Sandejas, one of our reactors, has touched on this educational and training intervention, especially in bringing local governments up to speed in hosting startups as well as startups themselves. So in the work, the groups that he has identified with have been doing the interaction of between local and foreign universities. So basically, the ability of the public sector to innovate is therefore increasingly seen as a critical element of economy-wide innovation performance. So the government needs to address that, the fact that there is this digital divide, and that we assume that with the ubiquity of cell phones, laptops, and tablets, we assume that this divide has been bridged. No? But the reality is that many of our people still lack access to the digital infrastructure, as identified as well in the following study cited in the next slide, which is a publication, the result of a publication of the World Bank office in the Philippines, which is entitled Philippine Economic Update, updating the digital economy to boost economic recovery. So it's looking at the demand side, basically the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, digital financial services and national digital ID, the digital skills, and conducive regulations for digital market. With regard to the first, the challenges faced with digital infra is that there's insufficient competition and outdated legal policy and regulatory frameworks. There's an inefficient digital spectrum management that results in an uneven playing field for new prospective entrants. Restrictions on investment and competition are deterring rather than enhancing further expansion of the digital infrastructure. Complex permitting for network equipment and lack of policy on infrastructure sharing are slowing the network rollout. Thus, the key policy recommendations are that we expand pro-competition legislation for shared deployment of network infrastructure and streamlining of permitting. And the second, promote investment in connectivity by ensuring an efficient allocation of spectrum and advancing public-private partnership models for infrastructure. The second item, digital financial services and the national ID. The challenges the Philippines faces are two, basically underlying collateral requirements along with difficulties in evaluating borrowers' creditworthiness, both of which reduce the demand for DFS, or what we call digital financial services. Low levels of consumer trust and awareness of electronic payments impede wide-scale adoption of DFS, despite the wide presence of payment platforms like Paymaya or GCash. So the key policy recommendations are that we accelerate the adoption of PILCs to underpin the growth of DFS, and that we ease regulations to promote the entry and innovation of fintech and non-banks in the provision of DFS. And slowly we see that this is happening already. Again, with Maya and GCash, which are acting as virtual banks. Digital skills, the next item, the third item. The challenges are that there are considerable gaps in digital skills and other skills among students, although they vary by field of study. Limited digital skills and the low level of digital literacy in the Philippines are obstacles to digital transformation. And despite the government's recent efforts to bridge the gap, qualification and accreditation of new skills remain imperatives, so that the key policy recommendations are enhance the digital competency of the workforce and meet the increasing demands of the changing work environment, expand upskilling and reskilling for highly skilled fourth industrial revolution or 4IR skills, and strengthen linkages with industry. And strengthen digital skills training under the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA. And then finally, conducive regulations for digital market access. Challenges of which are enforcing of consumer protection, which falls short on sanctioning transgressors. And that the Philippines imposes few restrictions on and engages with partners to support international data transfers. There is an umbrella framework that supports the validity of electronic documents, but equivalency between paper, the actual physical paper, and electronic documents falls below par. Therefore, the key policy recommendations are to improve regulatory practice in the platform economy by improving guidelines on accreditation of private certification authorities and electronic notarization, which can stimulate the adoption of digital certificates. And then the second, strengthen international cooperation on rules and certification for transmitting and processing personal data, which can accelerate data transfers. As shared this morning by Director Abalos of the DICT, the digital transformation agenda of the present Marcos administration is attempting to address these challenges primarily through the e-governance master plan 2022 to 2028 and the iGov feel of the previous administrations, the digital government architecture framework, etc. In particular, the Smart and Innovative Philippines under the National Innovation Agenda she mentioned will help greatly in the task of introducing an innovative culture that cultivates innovation in the delivery of government services at every level. The draft consolidated e-governance bill should help to achieve this in an integrated whole of government approach. And moving on, yes, this is from a study by PricewaterhouseCoopers looking at the public sector productivity as a national imperative. So earlier we looked at the demand side, which was looked into by the World Bank. On the other side, on the flip side, is the supply side, meaning the development of our capabilities. And productivity and its improvement is both a political and a business necessity. It is the point where the debates on growth, living standards, and deficit reduction converge. In the long run, living standards and productivity are closely linked. They should be closely linked. Higher wages must come from greater value, for which employers must be willing to pay and should pay, whether this is in the public, private, or third sectors. So what can be done to lift productivity, and how can the public sector play its part? Plans, roadmaps, strategies, and objectives noted by Ms. Esber correctly stated that this was the objective of all three main presenters, and these are aimed for alignment with personal, institutional, or organizational and societal goals. People centricity, as she succinctly described it. Central to this debate is a need to understand the drivers of employee performance, recognizing that other factors like investment, infrastructure, and advances in technology, especially digitalization, also impact on productivity. Clearly, this is an economy-wide issue, but the public sector itself is a huge employer and has a unique impact on this debate. This Talking Points publication of the PwC explores how the public sector can, quote unquote, create good jobs. The same issues identified and addressed by Mr. Gerson, which are more productive and rewarding in all senses, ones that give satisfaction, ones that give pride in doing good work, ones that provide an opportunity for career progression, flexibility, and income sufficient to live on. So these are the factors that come into play when we look at future jobs. And finally, I think this will be my last slide. Also from the PwC study, the same PwC study, job design for high productivity working, learning, and development for an adaptable public sector workforce, as well as pay and rewards and their link to productivity, which we have emphasized earlier. So basically strengthening foundational digital skills through basic education under the Department of Education and higher education institutions such as the Commission on Higher Education, TESDA, which was mentioned earlier, identified as one of the key reform measures for digital enablers by the World Bank, will enhance the digital competency of the workforce and meet the increasing demands of the changing work environment. Mr. Gerson's presentation tackled these needs extensively, and it will be extremely useful to inform the future of work digitally, as well as bridging the digital divide, to recall the points he made and the links to online resources he provided as we move forward. Ms. Hustimbasti also touched on this in the TVET programs of TESDA. As the bureaucracy adapts and adjusts to a digital world, well-designed, and conducive regulations, as shared this morning by Ms. Marbida, are needed that keep in place with the developments in the digital economy. An efficient regulatory framework is founded on promoting public trustworthiness, which must be in place, protecting not only the digital market, but more importantly, online consumers. Government should therefore strive to create enabling regulatory conditions that support public sector digital market access, digital inclusion, and the promotion of innovation needed to achieve inclusive market participation and promote deeper digitalization. Finally, it must be said that having a digital government means more than just digitizing data and information to make things easier for both service providers and their customers, and more than digitalizing government systems and transactions. It is about maximizing opportunities in making frontline public services more efficient, effective, simpler, and government services smarter, agile, and more proactive. There is a need for the government to be deliberate and methodological in its approach towards a digital government. Excuse me. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time and resources implementing incohesive. So that's all. Thank you for your attention and good afternoon.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Hermoso. Please, let's all give him a virtual round of applause. Our next presenter is Mr. Arnel D. Abanto, Vice President of the Productivity and Development Center, Development Academy of the Philippines, to present the concluding remarks and recommendation on the topic Inclusive Engagement in Public Service Quality and Productivity Movement. He is currently the Managing Director of the Productivity and Development Center and also the Vice President of DAP. He represents the DAP as a TWG member of the Government Quality Management Committee under EO 605. Also, he represents the DAP as member of the Philippine Quality Award or PQA Management Committee as award administrator of the PQA for the public sector, and as member of the Bureau of the Philippine Standards Technical Committee on Government Quality Management System. His research assignments focused on national and international productivity and competitiveness studies under assistance from intergovernmental bodies like the Asian Productivity Organization and multilateral agencies such as the United Nations Development Program, an international labor organization. His broad range of expertise has invariably involved him in DAP industry and firm-level productivity studies. Mr. Abanto was also involved in major institutional infrastructure development and networking programs and projects such as those in line with the country's Philippine Council for Productivity, National Action Agenda for Productivity, administration of the Philippine Quality Award for the public sector, and networking with quality and productivity organizations. His technical expertise also includes the area of green productivity, wherein he served as technical expert and resource person for various local and international projects. He also conducts quality management assessment using the MBNQA framework under the Philippine Quality Award Program and the ISO 9001:2015 QMS standard. Everyone, please welcome Vice President Abanto. Good afternoon, Vice President Abanto. You're on mute, sir. Kindly unmute.
Okay, thank you. I can't unmute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the kind introduction. So at this point, this allow me to present some integrative discussions on the sub-theme 2 of focusing on inclusive engagement in public service quality and productivity movement in consideration the 4 topics of the earlier presentations by our resource persons. Of course, some information gathered on background research about this topic by our team, and allow us to run down some of the key recommendations for consideration in advancing inclusive engagement in public service quality and productivity movement. So next slide, please. So for this presentation, just like the other presenters, we'll just briefly run through some context about this theme. Then we'll highlight some of the key takeaways from the presentations of our resource persons and those gathered during the subsequent discussions. And we will likewise introduce some of the concluding remarks and recommendations. Next slide, please. So the background and context of this presentation, let me share with you some background information regarding how productivity and quality movement were introduced in our neighboring countries such as Japan and Singapore, that practically pioneered the national movement of quality and productivity improvement in the private sector-led and public sector-led approach, respectively. So Japan's approach was driven by business community to foster economic recovery post-World War II, with policy support coming from the government. In contrast, Singapore employed a government-led approach to inclusive engagement by changing the mindset of various segments of society through massive programs and policy efforts. On the part of the United Nations, human rights has been a central pillar of the UN's work from its inception in 1945. So the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 recognizes human rights as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace. So in 1993, during the World Conference on Human Rights, the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action stated that democracy, development, and respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms are interdependent and mutually reinforcing. Hence, in 1997, the UN Program for Reform called on all entities of the UN system to mainstream human rights into their various activities and programs within the framework of their respective mandates. And in 2015, UN member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with 17 sustainable development goals that recognizes that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. So 4 SDGs relate to fostering social inclusion of vulnerable or marginalized groups in public service delivery and productivity improvement. So the SDG number 5 on gender equality, we have this SDG number 9 on inclusive industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure, and also on SDG number 10 on reduced inequalities, and on the 16th, the strong institutions. Next slide, please. Locally, of course, we have in our existing for the Philippine Development Plan, which is now being updated under the PDP 2017-2022, states that the strategic framework to improve governance adopts a culture-sensitive perspective, gender-sensitive paradigm, and human rights-based approach in public service. This ensures that the interests of vulnerable sectors such as indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, women, youth, and children are well considered, and culture-sensitive governance will be encouraged through awards or incentives. Overseas Filipinos will also be encouraged to participate in good governance initiatives through elections, providing feedback on service delivery, among others, in applicable strategies. And under the current administration, we also, next slide, please. We also took note of the important 8-point socioeconomic agenda items to bring down poverty and focusing on the 9% of the end by the 6th-year term of the and bring the Philippines to upper middle income status by 2028. It aims to increase the gross domestic product growth rate from 6.5% to 7.5% for 2022 and 8% for 2028. So under the 8-point agenda, we would like to highlight those pertaining to number one, protecting to protect purchasing power with a headline inflation rate of 7.7% in October 2022 and mitigating socioeconomic scarring, particularly those belonging to the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Also, under this agenda, we are pushing for the reduction of vulnerability and mitigating scarring from the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly those in the health and education sectors. And on the 5th agenda, the creation of quality jobs, especially for the formal sector, including for those displaced during the pandemic, such as the women. With this as the background and context of this topic, next slide, please. Allow me to run down some of the highlights of the presentations made by our resource persons. Foremost, we have this presentation on public service innovation for social inclusion. And we took note that promoting public service innovation for social inclusion of people in vulnerable situations, as highlighted in the presentation from the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, requires recognition of newly emerging and complex challenges, such as those pertaining to conflict, climate change, impact on the marginalized and vulnerable people in terms of gender, races, and ethnicities, abilities and disabilities, religions, cultures, ages, sexual orientations, and a range of background, socioeconomic classes, experiences, skills, and expertise. So public services, focusing on social aid, employment, housing, education, healthcare, provision of clean water and sanitation are particularly important for vulnerable groups and those left behind. Hence, the importance of public service innovation to facilitate access of vulnerable and marginalized groups and improve service delivery. However, there are a number of obstacles to provision of inclusive public service delivery, such as those related to the lack of accurate understanding of the different specific needs of different vulnerable groups, the lack of knowledge and disaggregated data information about the vulnerable groups, the limited information, inclusive and people-centered mindsets, and accountability and corruption, efficient means of implementation, and many other issues. These are among the, the things that should be addressed, and approaches were offered through that presentation, such as those related to identification of vulnerable groups and understanding their particular needs, providing customized public services, simplifying administrative processes, improving citizen-centric services through co-designing and co-creation, collaborating with other stakeholders, and promoting innovative partnerships with the private sector, civil society organizations, expert groups, academia, and volunteers. And of course, included here in the strategy, in the proposed strategy, in that paper presentation, focuses on enhancing the role of local authorities. This is very much related to the implementation of the Mandanas ruling, the coordination between the national and local government units, and enhancing collaboration with local stakeholders. Also, as suggested in that strategy, include changing the mindsets and developing capacities of civil servants in terms of integrity, empathy, transparency and accountability, communication skills, flexibility and adaptability, and digital skills, among others. Several best practices from around the world provide inspiration, scope for the adoption of local context towards inclusive public service delivery and productivity. And yesterday, during the presentation of entries to the government best practice recognition, we were inspired by a number of practices that highlights the importance of consultations and social inclusion towards achieving meaningful results that accrue and benefit those that are most affected or left behind in the development agenda of some other jurisdictions. So also in the presentation, next slide, please. On gender mainstreaming, we would like to took note of the importance of allocation of adequate logistics as critical for the conduct of gender responsive activities and other gender and development related measures in the organizations. Tools such as the GAD plan and budget help agencies implement gender mainstreaming. Moreover, it requires intervention at different stages of development planning processes, from planning to programming and budgeting, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Some of the key points highlighted in gender mainstreaming in the context of the management system of the agency involves the creation and strengthening of the GAD focal point system, the development of GAD agenda for a strategic framework and plan, and the conduct of gender analysis process, which is an inclusive and participatory approach to surfacing internal and external gender issues that government should address in its programming. Major challenges facing the gender mainstreaming in the country include the absence of GAD agenda, lack of GAD technical workforce, and the need to sustain capacities on gender analysis, the low GAD budget utilization, non-integration of GAD in monitoring and evaluation systems, and mainstreaming at the local level mechanisms, and the need for conduct of gender impact assessment of major development programs. As noted, the gender mainstreaming is an approach or a set of processing strategies to achieve the goal of gender equality and women's empowerment by looking more comprehensively at the relationships between women and men and their access to and control over resources, decision-making, benefits, and rewards in the society. Next slide. We also took note of the moving on in terms of advancing public service quality to accelerate recovery, we highlighted here the local best practices showcased by DOLE, or Department of Labor and Employment, for advancing public service quality to accelerate recovery and transformation, focusing on the implementation of service quality improvement program to mainstream a culture of quality, innovation, and continuous improvement, as well as provide streamlined, error-free services both for internal and external clients. The second is the digitalization and streamlining of services through digitalization initiatives and no-contact policy through online transactions, online services, regional offices website, labor inspection management systems, and lastly, the client engagement through satisfaction or feedback platforms such as the hotlines, citizen complaint hotline, and social media platforms. Also, I'd like to take note of the external factors such as the private sector and the public-private partnership, as they play an important role in financing and promoting skills development for social inclusion by helping the vulnerable groups, especially to participate in the labor market, as an example. Okay, next slide. Moving on into our recommendations. So at this point, allow us to outline some of the key recommendations relative to this sub-theme. And shown here is to highlight the importance of mainstreaming social inclusion towards attainment of inclusive engagement in public sector quality and productivity movement that should lead to public sector quality growth. With this as a framework, as an integrative framework, allow me to run down some of the key recommendations following the socially inclusive planning and service delivery improvement mechanisms outlined in the UN presentation. First, connect and convene. Identify vulnerabilities and needs of vulnerable and marginalized groups, and institutionalize the conduct of more purposive and embed the conduct of more consultations in policy and regulation making process. Not only in policy and regulation making process, but even in the design of programs and projects, as highlighted in many other presentations. We took note of the importance of consultation or public consultations, and it should be mainstreamed in all our service processes. So this includes improving citizen-centric services through co-designing and co-creation with people in vulnerable situations, and moving from government or supply-oriented perspective to a citizen-centric perspective, as highlighted in the UN presentation. Next is customize. In here, we encourage agencies to provide customized public services to address the special demands of vulnerable groups, including identifying and setting priority areas or services for each vulnerable group, simplifying administrative processes, particularly removing obstacles for the vulnerable groups, and pursue the development and promotion of quality workplace standards beyond the corners of government service facilities to support the emerging flexible work arrangements and new workspaces of government personnel, particularly those involved in delivering and providing government services in the rural areas as they try to approach the vulnerable sectors of the society. Second, collaborate and commend. Let us commend good practices to foster collaboration and innovative practices or partnerships with the private sector, civil society organizations, expert groups, academia, and volunteers to address resource gaps of government, particularly on financial and technical human resources. Third, collaborate. Fourth is comment and contribute. In here, intensify capability building of public service workers to change mindsets and develop capacities in terms of integrity, empathy, transparency and accountability, communication skills, flexibility and adaptability, and digital skills, among others. Through customized training, information-driven information drive and webinars for improving public service quality and productivity spending on the target participants may be considered. We also would like to highlight the importance of commitment and contribution in the development and adoption of quality workplace standards beyond the corners of government facilities, as mentioned earlier. And lastly, let us commit and contribute in generating evidences of effective policies and programs for promoting social inclusion by integrating an existing monitoring and evaluation systems, establishing baselines, and conducting impact assessments. So I guess that's all for this sub-theme, and thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po, Vice President Abanto, and let's give him a virtual round of applause.
A heartwarming thank you to our speakers today. Let us all give them a virtual round of applause. We will now proceed to the question and answer portion. You may type in the chat box your question and to whom it is for, and we will read it aloud for you.
The floor is now open for questions, and let's start off with a question from Mr. Antonio P. Santos, addressed to Director Agustin and Director Rosal. Would the QWS include provisions to cater the needs of the PWDs and senior citizens? Also, would GAD-related requirements be included too? You're on mute, Director Agustin.
Hi. Yes. It has provisions for PWDs, senior citizens, pregnant women, even for the males and females, no? For us to be more gender sensitive.
Thank you very much, Director Agustin.
All right, let us proceed with the second question, or the next set of questions. This is also addressed to Director Agustin and Director Rosal. And the questions are, first, the QWS is a good checklist to provide quality standards that can show impacts on how various programs are being implemented by the pilot agencies selected for the initial drafting of the manuscript. Like any standards, may I know how the indicators embedded in each area are triangulated by the technical expert? And another question, the research design can be looked into to provide robustness of statistical measures being incorporated in the pilot test. How are research biases being controlled in the study when doing the QWS? I would like to get more information about the QWS and request a copy. Many thanks. This is from Miss or Mr. Mel Greg Concepcion.
Yes, thank you for that question, Mr. Concepcion. Well, we can talk about the details of the research design, but for now, what I can tell you is that in order to reduce any research biases, as Ms. Tess has discussed during her part of the presentation, in one of the two approaches, the one approach actually focused on the formation of a technical working group. Okay, the technical working group for a particular sector actually is composed of representatives from the respective oversight institution, respective oversight agency, the member institutions, and the respective clients. Okay, members. The technical working group also has members coming from the academe. And we also have experts, 5S experts, mostly industrial engineers, being part of the technical working group. So having all of this plethora of people coming from different aspects of the related aspects of the sector, we can we can definitely say that any research biases will be reduced. Okay, for now that I could assure you that. But for more details, yes, we can meet with you for the research design. I hope
Thank
I
you.
answered your question, Mr. Concepcion.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Director Rosal. There's no more comment from Mr. Concepcion from the chat box. I believe you were able to satisfy his question, sir, and were able to answer him. So thank you, Director Rosal. Okay. So this one po is for Vice President Abanto. Curious lang po. What are the initiatives of DAP in promoting productivity movement in the public sector, being the National Productivity Organization?
Well, there are quite a number of approaches that we are adopting now. One of which is the creation of community of practice. This is among the practitioners of quality and productivity in the public sector, as some of those who have joined the activity of this COP, you will find how the movement is advancing in terms of quality improvement across government agencies. So at the moment, we have funded or supported a number of interventions for the government agencies. And this is to spark the development of professionals in the public sector engaged in quality and productivity improvement. And we hope that through the participation of like-minded individuals and institutions, we can broaden the movement across regions and sectors in the government agencies. There are also institutional partnerships that we are considering. This is through partnership with institutions in the promotion of, for instance, business excellence. We are working closely not only with our government counterparts, the DTI and other agencies. We also work with private sector quality associations as we exchange some expertise. We are able to bring in practitioners from the private sector to help government agencies in learning a number of these quality and productivity improvement approaches. Other than those, there are regular events whereby practices of the agencies are highlighted and shared across government agencies. I don't know if some of you, hopefully some of you have witnessed the best practice recognition, and it creates a broader network of practitioners in the public sector to innovate innovate in quality and productivity improvements in the respective agencies. The sharing of those best practices is a very important strategy, not only to promote those practices, but for the other agencies to learn from each other. This is one strategy by which collaboration across agencies through partnership of benchmarking among them can be achieved. We are also, through that GBPR, we are also looking for the benchmark organization. So hopefully those who are present here, the agencies participating here, would extend your relationships with the other agencies and try to work towards building a benchmark agency particularly, for instance, in HR processes or results, process management, leadership, etc. So if we are able to expand this, we can of course learn from each other and develop the culture of sharing in the bureaucracy. So there are many other interventions, but I guess that's all for now. Thank you. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Vice President Abanto, for answering the question. Next, we have a question raised for Mr. Ruel Hermoso. And the question, can you please expound on the recommended strategy for innovating the far-flung areas of the country?
Yes. Thank you for your question. Well, we can admittedly the country is it looks small on the map, but it's a very huge country. There are many areas that are not being reached by digital services. So in such areas, the government can and in fact, I think the government is already partnering with the private sector, especially the telecoms, in such efforts such as, let's say, the common tower and the use of other infrastructure, cable, etc., in linking far-flung areas with the centers. That's just one measure that they are doing, and which is proven to be quite effective. The government, as you know, is despite its huge budget, is still handicapped, and therefore partnering with the private sector, through public-private partnerships is the best way for them to provide the services that they need to give our citizens, and enable them to be linked to the services that they need to access online. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much, Sir Ruel. We are receiving a lot of interesting questions, but to stay on track, we only have time for one more question for our presenters. And this question is directed again to Sir Ruel Hermoso, right? The question is, how can we promote innovation in the government given the limited budget allocated for innovation?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. Yeah, we can. We have actually programs that the DAP provides, which other government entities, especially LGUs, those that have a limited budget, that they can avail of, such as program grants that will provide those services that they need. And I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Ruel, for addressing that question. And that wraps up our question and answer portion for our presenters. Right? Again, thank you so much to all our presenters and to all of our active participants.
And we now come to the much coveted Government Best Practice Recognition Ceremony. Curious na po ba ang lahat who will be our winners? But kayo po, ano po kaya? Sino po kaya ang inyong naiisip? We know that you are already excited to know what agencies will be the recipient of the GBPR 2022. And we will not keep you in excitement any longer. The Development Academy of the Philippines presents this recognition to the Government Best Practice Recipient 2022 for the agency's tireless efforts in elevating the government standard of service delivery and innovative response to the challenges of recovery and transformation, given this 2nd of December 2022 via Zoom meetings. All the GBPR recipients 2022 will be receiving a recognition trophy. In this regard, we would like to request Senior Vice President Magdalena L. Mendoza to do the honors of announcing the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022 recipients. The chosen recipients will be called in no particular order. The first recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022 is SVP Mendoza. You may now announce our first recipient. You're on mute, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. So good afternoon.
Good
May I
afternoon.
announce
Yes, ma'am. Our
shortlisted
first
or
recipient.
the finalist.
The first recipient, ma'am, of our GBPR 2022.
Okay. So the first recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition for 2022 is the Community-Based Sustainable Tourism in Palawi Island Protected Landscape and Seascape in Santa Ana, Cagayan, represented by the Cagayan Economic.
Congratulations! Let's hear the acceptance speech from the agency. Any representative from Cagayan Economic Zone Authority to deliver their acceptance speech?
Good day to all the participants and attendees of the Public Sector's Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2022. We, at the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, wish to thank the Development Academy of the Philippines, Productivity and Development Center, and the panel of judges for choosing our entry entitled Community-Based Sustainable Tourism in Palawi Island Protected Landscape and Seascape, Santa Ana, Cagayan, to be a recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022. It is truly an honor to be GBPR 2022 recipient. The CESA team is extremely privileged to be receiving such prestigious award, especially taking note of the 219 best practice entries that were considered, and the 13 other deserving and capable finalists that also contended to finally receive this award. Special citations and awards like this inspires us at CESA to work even harder to make sure that our programs and activities matter. One of the most significant measures of CESA success is seeing how our programs trickle down to the community members. This award is not only for the Palawi Island community, but for the whole Cagayan Freeport community. You can assure that we do at CESA are always dedicated to serve you best. Dahil sa CESA, laging kabahagi kayo. Once again, thank you very much and mabuhay.
May we request the representatives of CESA to open their camera so we can capture po the photo documentation. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
The next recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022 is SVP Mendoza. Kindly announce our winner.
Okay. The second recipient of the GPPR 2022 is Philippine stakeholders on hazards monitoring, damage assessment, warning, and local advisory through the use of Rapid Earthquake Damage Assessment System, or the REDAS. This is represented by the DOST, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Congratulations.
Congratulations, VVOX. Let's hear the acceptance speech from the agency.
We in PHIVOX are deeply honored to be chosen as the recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022. I would like to give our deepest appreciation and thanks to the Development Academy of the Philippines, Productivity and Development Center, for acknowledging our efforts and giving us the recognition for empowering Philippine stakeholders on hazards monitoring, damage assessment, warning, and local advisory through the use of the REDAS platform. I would like also to acknowledge the REDAS team for continuously improving the program according to the suggestions of the users. We would also like to express our sincerest gratitude to our stakeholders who continuously give feedbacks and appreciations to further improve the tool and system and inspire us to do more and stay true to the Institute's vision of helping develop communities safe from and resilient to volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, and other related hazards.
Okay, for the agency staff here right now, we will have a quick photo opportunity. And if you are from the recipient agency, please open your video camera. For the rest, kindly turn off your videos for the meantime. Ms. Margaret?
Yes, thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Okay, congratulations again. Another recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022 is SVP Mendoza. Kindly announce.
Entitled Gender and Development Mainstreaming from the Philippine Rice Institute, or PhilRice.
Congratulations, Phil Rice, with the title Gender and Development Mainstreaming. Let's watch their acceptance speech from the agency.
On behalf of the Phil Rice, we are extremely honored to receive such an important award on government best practices by the Development Academy of the Philippines. We have faced several challenges on our way to full gender mainstreaming. but each one of them has only strengthened our capacity and our vision to serve with a purpose. As the late Dr. Helia Castillo, National Scientist and PhilRice Board member said, and I quote, "Science must serve a human purpose. When the best of science and scientists are devoted to the problems of those who have less in life, that is ethics and equity at its best." We sincerely thank the PhilRice Management Committee and the God Focal Point System members for helping the Institute achieve this level where we can proudly say that our programs and projects are gender responsive and socially inclusive. We dedicate this award to the men and women stakeholders in the rice industry. We are inspired to do more and to only get better in gender mainstreaming. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Muli, inaanyayahan po natin ang mga kasama natin from PhilRice to have a quick photo opportunity with SVP Mendoza.
Okay, may I request everyone to give their sweetest smile? 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much and congratulations, PhilRice.
And our next recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022 is...
Yeah. The next is the best practice entry entitled Mandaue City's eBPLS Transcending Expectations from the LGUSD.
Congratulations, and let's watch the acceptance speech from LGU Mandaue.
In behalf of our Mayor, Honorable Jonas Cortez, and the people of Mandaue City, I would like to thank the Development Academy of the Philippines for recognizing our efforts in ease of doing business initiatives as one of this year's Government Best Practice awardees. While the COVID-19 pandemic caused devastating impact on public health, society, and economy, Mandaue City has endeavored to implement policies to mitigate its effects. One such policy was the digital transformation of the business permit processing through the implementation of a fully online electronic business permit system. Mandaue's programs towards ease of doing business has been recently recognized in the country and thus was recently awarded as the most business-friendly, highly urbanized local government unit outside NCR by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We also would like to thank DICT for their tremendous help in the implementation of the fully online electronic business permit and licensing system in our city, especially to the men and women in the business permit licensing office. We are forever grateful by this recognition, and we will continue our efforts to further innovate our internal and external systems towards ease of doing business. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations. And Miss Margaret, I think excited na sila sa kanilang quick photo opportunity with SVP Mendoza.
Yes, please, may I request everyone to open their cameras so that I can document. 1, 2, 3, smile everyone. Thank you very much and congratulations, LGU Mandaue.
At hindi na po natin patatagalin, we have one more recipient of the Government Best Practice Recognition 2022. SVP Mendoza?
Okay. And lastly, Government Best Recognition 2022 recipient is this project with the title Marinduque Veterinary Field Hospital by the Provincial Veterinary Office of Marinduque.
Congratulations, Provincial Veterinary Office of Marinduque. And let's all watch the acceptance speech from the agency.
It has been said that the beauty of the move lies not on its appearance but in the thought behind it. Deep in our hearts, we already felt lauded when an invitation was given to us to participate in this prestigious contest, honored when included at the top 14 finalists, and praised when to receive the ultimate recognition. Looking back from our humble beginning, it was truly a challenging yet profound ride to set foot at the stage of competition. It is difficult for me to resist to think that doing our primordial activity of doing animal surgeries in a makeshift surgical table in a waiting shed or under the shade of a tree leads us to sit beside high regarded, trusted, and well-groomed government agencies and offices in this competition. We humbly express our deep gratitude to our loving God who carves and lights our paths, to our families who allowed our passions to be expressed, to our previous and current leaders who supported our journey through provisions of the much-needed resources, to the people of Marinduque who welcomes, inspires, and challenges our step-by-step innovation, to all pet and animal owners who wholeheartedly trusted us, to our colleagues, fellow local government veterinarians and their staff who believed in us, to visiting veterinary students who inspire and motivate us to do more and improve more, to our volunteers who encourage us to be dedicated while enjoying our things, and to my staffs, the PVO Marinduque family who gave their all in, without hesitation and remorse, every cards I laid and put on the table in order to deliver our missions, vision, and goal and face all challenges that comes through with whatever reward, challenges, and conditions this recognition offers. I shall give all my heart, body, and mind to keep showing all our best to continually innovate on saving animal lives as well as human lives, yet still be humble to inspire younger generations, even other small government offices with meager resources such as ours, to rise and express beauty that can be replicated, motivates, and be recognized by the Development Academy of the Philippines Government Best Practices Award. Thank you. This reward encourages us to be more dedicated in years ahead.
Congratulations, sir. And again, tayo po ay magkakaroon ng quick photo opportunity with SVP Mendoza. Ms. Margaret?
Yes, thank you very much. Sir, is it okay to remove the blur function so we can see the persons behind you po, but I can capture it first. Thank you. Yeah, we can see them already, sir. Some of them already. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile everyone. Thank you.
Pwede rin po, Ms. Margaret, palapitin na lang po natin sila ng konti
Yes,
para
please.
po makita.
Compress po. Ayan. Mirror po.
Or maaari pong tanggalin natin yung filter na blur sa background para po makita natin ang ating mga kasama na tuwang-tuwang nanalo or naging recipient ng ating GBPR 2022.
Sir, to remove the filter, just go to the video and then unclick po yung blur my background. There you go. Ayan. May 1, 2, 3, smile everyone. Another one. Thank you very much and congratulations, sirs and ma'ams.
Mabuhay at congratulations po sa lahat ng GBPR 2022 recipients. Muli po namin pinapaalala na ang mga in-announce na recipients ay walang pinagkasunod-sunod na pagkaka-announce. No? So we did not follow no particular order. And to deliver the congratulatory message and closing remarks, may we call again Senior Vice President for Programs of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza. Please give her a virtual round of applause. SVP Mendoza, you're on mute po.
Yeah, okay. I was blocked earlier. Anyway, distinguished guests and participants, a pleasant afternoon. Quality Improvement Forum. As we close, I would like to thank everyone on behalf of the Government Quality Management Committee and the Development Academy of the Philippines. Our sincerest appreciation to all the guest speakers, paper presenters, discussants, for their insightful presentation. Of course, to the GBPR recipients on their recognition and dedication to innovate outstanding practices in the performance of their functions. In spite of the many challenges and difficulties of a disruptive environment, you were able to thrive with excellence and determination to raise the quality of your hard work, perseverance, and commitment paid off, and you have set a new benchmark for other agencies to follow. Our deep gratitude goes to the panel of judges of this year's Government Best Practice Recognition for accepting the difficult and painstaking task of selecting the best among the already outstanding entries, including all the applicants. Of course, we thank all the participants for your attention, enthusiasm, and valuable inputs. And inspiration to ponder on how to advance public service quality to accelerate recovery and transformation. Our drive for recovery and transformation provides the public sector with a unique opportunity to link the national, regional, and global dimensions of public service in a holistic perspective, putting the people. It was evident from the OECD Economic Outlook and the Pahayag 20 actions. We continue to brace ourselves as the global growth forecast is projected to remain subdued and is We are thus confronted with this question: what can the government do to tackle such challenges and still provide key options? Offers us a glimpse into how else we can respond and recalibrate our existing programs and projects. The sharing of government how we can innovate our own processes and institutions to meet the challenges. The next question is now, how can we be better prepared to continue and push further the new ways of doing things? As was cited in the recommendations, and given the new normal, the public sector could consider setting up a digital workspace and ensure health and safety through the implementation of the quality workplace standards. We look up to the DICT, the DOH, and the Civil Service Commission to lead this effort in consideration of their respective mandates. Likewise, there was a recommendation to push the national productivity movement with a perspective of human rights, socially inclusive planning, and service delivery improvement, blue capacity building, including foresight and innovation, and the creation of citizen-centric standards in order to elevate the quality and productivity performance of the Philippine public sector. Certainly, these recommendations will find their way into policy measures to ensure that efforts to strengthen safety and security do not hamper the need to advance productivity, growth, and quality in public service delivery. The country's National Productivity Organization, together with the GQMC, will certainly consider the recommendations from this forum in crafting the country's productivity roadmap. We are confident in thought that the Philippine bureaucracy stands ready to work with all stakeholders in moving toward the recovery and transformation for the coming years by participating are the building blocks for continuous quality improvement to the recipients of the 2022 Government Best Practice Recognition. May you continue to venture adaptive resilience, one best practice at a time, and ultimately make your journey to performance excellence through the opportunity to express my sincerest thanks and appreciation to the GQMC Secretariat, the SPIB-DBM, and the Productivity and Development Center, and the entire team for their hard work and professionalism in making this event a great success and meaningful in advancing public service quality to accelerate national recovery and muli sa 2020 PSQPIF and most likely face-to-face. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Magandang hapon din po, SVP Mendoza, at marami pong salamat. And to document this momentous celebration of the GBPR 2022 recipients, magkakaroon po tayo ng 4 na group photos. Ang una po ay kasama natin si SVP Mendoza at ang ating mga judges. Pangalawa ay ang ating mga screening committee. And third is with the steering committee. And fourth is with the participants. Ms. Margaret will be taking the photos.
Thank you very much. We will be requesting those to be spotlighted so I'll be able to capture po the photo opportunity with our dear Senior Vice President.
We'll have the first photo with SVP Mendoza and our judges. Or GBPR Judge Director Lilian Salonga. Miss Margaret?
Okay. Done na po, ma'am. For our next.
Done with our judges or Director Lilian Salonga and SVP Mendoza. So next, winners and the screening committee. We also want to commend the efforts of this year's GBPR screening committee. Imagine how they have painstakingly and objectively assessed all the applicant entries in such a short time for the initial screening and consensus review. Kudos po sa inyong lahat and job well done to all the 21 committee members.
If you are here po, kindly open your cameras. On your cue, Miss Margaret.
Okay, we are still waiting for the veterinary winners. Yung last winner po natin so that I can capture po. Lahat po ng panalo ay nasa video. Okay. Capturing, sir. I'm just opening your camera, sir. Josh. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Margaret. And of course, we will be having a photo opportunity with all of our winners and with our participants. Kindly open your cameras, everyone. Ayan. Para makita po natin ang inyong mga magagandang mukha. On your cue, Miss Margaret.
Okay, all the winners and the participants, we are currently 476, so it may take a while for me to capture everyone, but please bear with me. Just smile your sweetest smile as I capture this session. First panel. Second panel. It's loading. Let me. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smiles. I'm already on my fourth panel, the smile, so that I'll be able to capture you. Okay, I'm on my last panel. 1, 2, 3. Smile, everyone. Thank you very much. I have already captured everyone. Congratulations to all our winners. Back to you, Sir Edmund and Miss Nina.
Again, congratulations to all the GBPR 2022 recipients. To the applicants, thank you for sending your best practice entries. The judges definitely had a hard time deciding.
At this point, let us now proceed to the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you have all enjoyed attending the PSQPIF 2022 for these 2 days. May you have learned valuable information from our sharings and be able to apply to your organizations and agencies.
And we greatly appreciate that we have reached almost 600 participants with an audience combined from Zoom and YouTube. Wala po talagang bumitaw sa inyo since yesterday.
A reminder to everyone, kindly fill out the Google Form attendance sheet at the link shown on screen. Our team has also shared it in the chat box for your easy access. The information you provide in the attendance form will serve as the basis for the details in your electronic certificate of attendance. Kindly ensure the correctness of your name spelling, and please provide us some time to process your certificates because it will be signed by both DAP and DBM officials. The e-certificate of attendance will only be issued to participants who have logged their attendance and filled out the evaluation forms. Here are the links to the forms. For some announcements,
Improve your capability in delivering quality services beyond your clients' expectations. The GQMP is here to help you. To know the details, let's watch the Call for Beneficiaries 2023 video. Given the limited number of beneficiary agencies that may be selected in 2023, the duly accomplished expression of interest form must reach them before the deadline.
Also, watch out for the photo exhibit of the winning photo entries of the DAP Asian Productivity Organization Vision 2025 photo contest with the theme Innovation for Higher Productivity. This is to be held next year. Watch out for more upcoming free webinars and sharing sessions from the DAP. To keep you updated, don't forget to like and follow us on our official Facebook account and YouTube channel. Please like, follow, and subscribe to our Facebook page, website, and YouTube channel to stay updated.
Take note that we will upload all the materials in the public view only Google Drive folder we shared earlier. All files will be available on demand to further your learning. Mula po sa Development Academy of the Philippines, Productivity and Development Center at sa lahat po ng bumuo ng PSQPIF 2022, maraming salamat po sa lahat at sa inyo na more than 500 participants tayo in Zoom and YouTube. Hanggang sa muli and see you next year.